All right, all right. I think we are back up. Let me make sure everything is back. Let me. There we go. And I'm going to go ahead and
NinjaManAsh on the line every morning. Coffee cup parked by the keys. Smirking at the headlines, saying, look at what they're selling on the screen. He taps a thought, then the sparks all start to fly, and he leans back, satisfied. NinjaManAsh, he's stirring up the traffic, calling out the madness in the air. He loves this land, red, white, and a little tragic. Says he'll always fight for what is fair. He rides the storm, he laughs at all the backlash. Chaos in his fingers, heart in the flag. That's NinjaManAsh. Scroll after scroll, every feed getting louder. He just grins, I've seen it before. Typing little lines like a fuse on a fire at the door. He's deadpan calm when the shouting starts to rise, with a soft bless your heart reply. NinjaManAsh, he's stirring up the traffic, calling out the madness in the air. He loves this land, red, white, and a little tragic. Says he'll always fight for what is fair. He rides the storm, he laughs at all the backlash. Chaos in his fingers, heart in the flag. That's NinjaManAsh. And late at night, when the screen light fades, he walks outside, hears the porch boards shake, whispers low, keep this place away, but keep it safe, but keep it safe. NinjaManAsh, he's stirring up the traffic, calling out the madness in the air. He loves this land, red, white, and a little tragic. Says he'll always fight for what is fair.
just coming through. You gotta stand, you gotta swear, you gotta see it through. Citizenship is more than a place you lay. It's a vow, it's a duty, it's the price you pay. You don't get the keys on your first day here. You earn your right to stay. You make it crystal clear. America's heart is open wide, but hear me when I say you gotta earn your right to stay. Yeah, in this land of the brave, you gotta earn your right to stay.
All right, everyone, ready. All right, I think I got everything done on my side. So, I think we're going to be having a good day today. I plan to have some other stuff happen. I plan to do some stuff. There's a lot of stuff that I want to get done. So, let's just start off with... Okay, so I saw that Mr. More Pegasus has recently put out a video. So we are going to watch his video on Hassan Piker.
Peak! Even Mount Everest subscribed in today's video. Hassan is very mad after people were trying to get him arrested following the Trump shooting. He's now trying to shift blame to liberals and goes on a massive rant on how the shooter is probably from Destiny's community. He starts pulling up the shooter's tweets and claims that he's a classic right-wing centrist liberal and insists it's definitely not a Hassan fan. He can't help but say that he actually agrees.
Hassan is a disgusting individual, and anyone who says that he is a person that needs to be platformed at all, it needs to be taken to Gitmo as soon as possible. I think what this guy does is disgusting. He has called for many senators, as I'm pretty sure Pegasus will talk about. We probably won't watch the whole vid, but we'll watch a part, see how bad it actually is. I really do like Mr. Pegasus's content, and we're going to watch a portion of it. If you want to watch the entire thing, please go to Pegasus's channel and type in the comments congratulations, because this guy has been getting tons of subs, and this is his second channel, so please go and like, comment, subscribe, and you know what, do the same thing on mine.
He's with the shooter on a lot of things and calls it woke terrorism. That's a new one. The terrorism is woke. A chatter then asked Hassan if he would flee America to avoid prosecution if the shooter was a Hassan fan. He says he'd never leave. He reacts to a video by Kyle Kolinsky saying how the shooting is a false flag, with possibly the worst evidence known to man. And
oh, so this is just another instance of multiple retards agreeing on the same retarded thing.
Literally random tweets. Even Hassan points out it makes no sense, but that he doesn't care about the lies because it's good for his agenda. Really principled as always. Hassan is crashing out at YouTubers Abba and Preach for calling out his viral take, calling gamers loser incels. Subscribe or you get an Aristotle lecture. Too late. Modern society wants you to chase hedonia, you fool. The short-term pleasure, the comfort, the enjoyment, the constant dopamine. Reject it. Seek deeper human flourishing. Eudaimonia. Long-term satisfaction, driven by purpose and meaning, and struggle that is ultimately worth it. Oh, your God.
Let's up those numbers!
Now let's begin. Right, so last time Hassan was absolutely crashing out after everyone was trying to get him arrested following the Trump shooting. He was screaming at liberals saying they need to stop going after him or he's going to get put in a concentration camp, which is basically prison.
See you in the goddamn concentration camps. All right, buddy? We're all going there. If you don't, lock the in.
Yeah, so he just says camps because it sounds more Nazi-ish and fascist, I guess. But I'd say going to prison for inciting violence is pretty normal, I'd say. Anyways, Hassan is finally doing his breaking coverage of the shooter's motives. And it's pretty cut and dry. It was a Kamala supporter, a Blue Sky user, No Kings protest guy, obviously a lefty who hates Trump and wants him dead. So very simple line of reasoning here. But now the question is, what kind of lefty? Is it a Hassan fan or a Destiny fan? And Hassan is basically doing every single thing he can to make sure that he is not to blame and that every other lefty but him is actually the bad guys.
A relative of the suspected shooter called police before last night from the White House Correspondents Association dinner incident. The suspect's writings clearly stated he wanted to target Trump admin officials. Another family member who was interviewed by investigators after the attack said Cole Allen had a tendency to make radical statements, and his rhetoric constantly referenced the plan to do something to fix the issues of today's world. More here on his firearms training and left-wing groups he was involved with. Left-wing groups he was involved with is crazy, by the way, because I don't think he's involved with any left-wing groups. He just went to a No Kings rally. But it's unbelievable that everyone from NPR down to right-wing broadcasts like Fox News are now saying, oh, he went to a No Kings rally, so that was a left-wing mobilization. He gave $25 to Kamala Harris's election, and he went to the No Kings rally. You're out of your mind if you think that this is any sort of like leftist organizing. It's so stupid. Yeah. Also, for those of you who are asking if this is one of ours, he's not. He was another Ryan Ruth type almost. It seems. I don't think he was. He's not from this community. They found his Twitch account. He doesn't even follow me. He doesn't even hate follow me. They said he's a part of the left wing group called Wide Awakes. Yeah, he's like more of a Stancelite than anything. Wide Awakes is the most nerdy liberal thing you can ever think of.
Right. So he's setting the fact.
So, Wide Awakes. This is an interesting one because I've actually never heard of Wide Awakes. So we are actually going to do research into this. I want to see exactly what this Wide Awakes group is. What the fuck? All right, let's just. I know that looking at the New York Post is probably not the best place for actual news, but we're gonna go ahead and try and take a look into this. Who are the Wide Awakes leftist group that WHCD suspect Cole Allen was supposedly a part of? The accused... What does that say? Individually, we are asleep. Together, we are wide awake. Okay. It is unclear if the group has any centralized organization anymore. And he went to No Kings, which, I mean, everyone in Los Angeles fucking did. Okay, is there any information that I can get from the group itself? That's what I want to get. Because it does seem like the old Wide Awakes was Lincoln associated and Republican associated. So it does look like they are trying to co-opt this old group to be technically a new brand of fascism on the left. I can't even find anything on the leftist Wide Awake group. Wonder if I can do if AI will have it. Can I get direct information on the Wide Awakes 2026? Provide links. Because I want to be able to look into it myself. Okay, so this is the official Wide Awakes website. Oh my gosh, this is insane. Oh my... The Wide Awakes are an open source network who radically reimagine the future through creative collaboration. Anyone can be wide awake. Does it move? No. Let's see what this video is.
This is today, more than 5 centuries after Columbus, more than 2 centuries after this country was founded, and over a century after the emancipation. There's still blood in the streets, hate in hearts, voices being silenced, bodies being trafficked. And the forces that have plagued this country since its birth are still working to tear it apart. People are waiting for someone, anyone, to stop them. Now let's take a trip, but not of the physical. Let's move in time.
So definitely seems like an anti-white type of thing. So, you know, it's interesting. An anti-white group, they probably just want to kill all the whites. Oh my gosh, this is... We are infinite, disruptive, visionary, accountable. This sounds like the exact same type of... I forgot Hassan hates black people. That's right, I forgot that. There is a clip of Hassan saying, I don't care what black people think. So, I mean, it's not even like he gives a shit. I mean, to be fair, I don't care what a lot of people think. Not just specific people, but, I mean, I don't care what Hassan thinks. I don't care what a lot of his followers think. I don't care about a lot of people that are outside of my life. So, personally, yeah, sure. Sure, Hassan, sure. Sure, Hassan. This isn't a group that you're a part of. Sure, you'd never fall in line with this group. We are infinite, disruptive, visionary, accountable. We want the accountable. The accountable part's what he doesn't like. He doesn't like being accountable. He's not an accountable person. He doesn't take account. He has other people take account. That's the part that he's he's not a part of it because they're held accountable. No accountability for Hassan, Diddy, Bin Laden, Adolf, Epstein, Piker. Nah. Come on. There's no accountability for him. He can say to kill people, and he's fine and dandy to walk to the nearest corner store and drop $6,000 on his new Gucci watch. Yeah, nah. We reclaim our inherent right for joy and I forgot. Did you know with the Emancipation Proclamation that we took away the ability for people, specifically anyone who had dark skin, to have joy? Yeah, you can't have dark. If you are a dark skinned person and you have joy, you cannot have it. The white people will take it from you because, I mean, we need the joy. Not you. And yes, I'm white, but I also have Hispanic ties. So I mean, I also need to take half my joy and give it to more white people. Again, the white people are the more important ones. And for liberty, that's right, we took their liberty. So, I'm just going to type this in. Person, or let's do news story about person let out of jail only to re-offend. Paul Baroni. So we'll look at a couple of these. Let me look at the actual things. I'm not going to look at the videos and stuff. I'm just going to look at a couple of news channels. We're going to push this one first. Let's see. Is this a... Come on, I don't think that's what I'm looking for, is it? What the heck? I can't find it. Oh, here. Maybe this will have it. Oh, no, this is just legislation with Randy Fine. And I don't want to do a wrongful conviction. Dang it. News. Let's try news. Strength prejudice. I don't want that. Don't want that. Look up repeat offenders. Let's do that. Let's look at that. Let's look at that. Oh, I can't even, like, I have to look up the name. That's stupid. Okay. I can't find it. I wish I had it. There's so many. Joy is coming, wide awakes. Okay. Let's see what the Wide Awakes Instagram has been doing since all of this has been happening. Let's just look at it. I don't have an Instagram, so... Power to the people. Again, except for all the people with darker skin, this seems like something that Hassan Piker would absolutely love. Again, without the accountability. You can't hold Hassan Piker to accountability. Indian Land, yeah. I mean, this seems like something that, like, Hassan Piker would, like, love. No, I'm not gonna fucking sign in. Let's look at the collab page. We believe in the power to radically reimagine the future. You have seen the images. Yeah, this seems like a... Yeah, this... Yeah. So, I mean... This seems like it's something that Hassan Piker would love because, you know, it's all about leftist ideology. But he hates it because you can't have black people in with the pedophile elites the Epstein class. You can't have that with Hassan Piker. You can't have that. He needs to be dripped out in his Gucci Gucci bag, you know, with all of his Marxist ideology. You need to have everything Gucci, everything. You know, it's really simple. It's really it's really easy, and I think I'm going to find the. Where is it? Here we go.
My name is Hasanabi. I'm fighting for your rights. I talk about the workers. I talk about their plight. But I've got my Gucci. Yeah, I've got my style. I'm living in the penthouse while I'm talking all the while. I'm a communist with a Gucci bag. Got my Prada kicks, yeah. Got to have my swag.
Yep, and I'm sure that's not the only time I'll use that one. So I'll bring it back over here. But yeah. So Hassan and Gucci bag and Marxism. Yeah, I mean, it seems like that's something that he would love. But nah, he can't have it because he just doesn't like black people. Anyway. Let's go ahead and continue.
Foundation here. If he was an imposter in Among Us, he would be marinating right now. So basically, he starts off by saying that, oh, it's a lefty. I can't lie this time. I can't say it's a Asmongold, right-winger, Israel, MAGA fan, or whatever. The evidence is pretty clear. But the thing he wants you to understand is that he's the bad lefty. He's not the good kind, right? The good kind is a fan of Hassan, you know, worships.
Oh, guys. That might be actual size. That might be actual, because he has the padding on. Remember, he said that he has all that padding. Man, that's a big head. That's a big head. I don't know how he supports that. That's got to have maybe 2 thoughts in it. Shh. That head, man.
Him, but he wants you to know that this guy, this radical nutjob, is obviously someone who hates Hassan, right? Hated everything he stood for, because Hassan does not stand for political violence, obviously. So then he goes into complete desperation mode of, I was right all along. All liberals are evil except the radical lefties who support Hassan, right? We must all become communist immediately, or you're gonna get these outcomes. And he brings up Destiny.
Pre-woke? No, he's woke for sure. Anyway. Yeah, he's reposted anti-U posts on Blue Sky. He's a Ukraine NATO liberal. I know. Yeah, he was really annoyed with the left. He's another one of those anti-communist. He's another one of those anti-communist NATO liberals. You know, that's what it is. I don't care. I'm not gonna sit here and blame Destiny and Dylan Burns for this shooting. Okay, because I'm not a idiot. Just so you understand, I'm just giving you what the information is because I'm not a opportunist asshole, just so you understand. Why not? They're blaming you because they're stupid. That's why. A guy from...
He doesn't want to point blame, because if he points blame, people are already going to be pointing blame on him, and he knows that they're already doing that. By not pointing blame, he's thinking that he can become out of the culture war, so he doesn't even have to be there. If he's completely radio silent on saying no, it's not me who's radicalizing the people, it's Destiny, then he can say that he's made it, that he's had everyone look at him and none of them actually take him seriously, because they shouldn't. No one should take Hassan Tiny Pecker seriously.
Their community, from their fandom, conducted this, and they think this is a great opportunity because they're stupid. They think this is a great opportunity to lean into the Republican mania right now, even though the dude is most likely from their community and hates me. Yeah, if I was a dumb, I would do the thing that they're doing right now and be like, oh, Destiny has said heinous things about, unbelievably violent things about Donald Trump and the Republican movement. They should actually yell at him instead. Yeah, because I have principles.
Of course,
Yeah, Hassan has principles like calling for the death of sitting U.S. senators. Yeah, like I said, I didn't pre-watch this. So, I mean, we can look at a couple of these, maybe just short ones. Is there a thing I can put for shorts?
If you cared about Medicare fraud or Medicaid fraud, you would kill Rick Scott. Okay? You wouldn't make Rick Scott, former governor of Florida, Rick Scott. You wouldn't make him the current. What is his current office? What is he? He's the Richard Lynn Scott, is an American attorney, businessman, politician, Navy veteran, serving as the senior United States.
Where is the other one? I
Why don't you go to jail?
If somebody's sharing that material, they're still sharing it. It doesn't matter why they're doing it, they should be suspended. That's the only way that you're going to enable people to have confidence of what's happening.
It's wild that Elon Musk's proposal on this was calmer than like Ethan making fun of him with a parody account. Ethan Klein made a fucking parody account of Elon Musk and got banned for like a month. This dude got personally restored by Elon after sharing child pornography. Elon should go to jail.
If somebody's sharing that material, they're still sharing it.
One.
Missile in blue.
This one.
Whoa, what the fuck?
Some manual guidance to Holder. Missile bearing northeast of 065 degrees of
No. I'm not sure if I'll be able to find it. There's so many. Oh, is this one? I guess this one's the stuff's all messed up. Yeah, I can't find the I can't find the clip that I'm wanting to show. So there's that.
Don Pica has principles, guys. I totally forgot. He's a man of virtue, a man of morality, you know, very deep-rooted values, the arbiter of morality itself. I find it hilarious that Hassan goes, I'm not going to sit here and blame destiny. Only a horrible person would do that. 2 seconds later, a guy from their community did this, and they're blaming me for it. Oh my god. You guys just attempted an assassination. Somebody from your community just did it, and you're blaming me, innocent old Hassan. Innocent little communist, innocent little dictator supporter, the most innocent dog shocker in the entire world. Look, guys, he retweeted some vague shit. He's definitely a Destiny fan. I don't know, Hassan, it really seems like you're trying to blame them. Also, let me just explain why he's not explicitly pushing for Destiny to be arrested and put in prison for inciting violence. Because he knows that right after him, Hassan is basically up next, right? They are basically in this together despite being mortal enemies.
Yeah, exactly what I said. Like, if he brings any attention to stuff that Destiny's done, Destiny probably has a lot more things that he can bring out to expose skeletons in Hassan's closet. Best thing that Diddy Piker can do is actually decide to stay quiet for once, which it does seem like he's trying to do to the best of his ability, or not best of his ability, but it does seem like he's trying to be quiet enough to where people don't go after him. Of course, he is such a public figure right now that everyone's going after him. It doesn't really matter if none of them make motion. And so if you have 6 million people trying to make motion and they can't get the motion started, then the worst thing he can do is get someone who might have motion enough to get something committed where you could have a problem. So we'll see about that. I'm wanting to see if any of my stuff is going. No. Here we go. My guy's not there for the debate yet, so.
That is the only reason why he's not being explicit with it. Do not fall for this bullshit of, oh my god, he's just moral, he's just virtuous, he just wants to stand by his principles. He would never associate the creator with something their community does. No, Hassan, you just know you're on the chopping block. In fact, you're first in line, I feel like. So then he continues his rant saying that the shooter was such a centrist, a mainstream liberal. Basically, all the people that he's been screaming at all this time, all the regular liberals who want to cancel him, he's saying that this shooter comes from their community. He's basically saying, oh, the liberals are ruining the country, but I, Hassan, am the savior of the liberals, right? I am the leftist, the lefty flank, the socialist savior of humanity itself.
Okay, they're throwing everything at this guy for sure, because if he actually had all the guns, if he actually pre-planned it, like, this is pretty clear-cut, open and shut case, right? An attempted assassination, an attempted political assassination. It's just not, you know. He obviously had TDS and an incurable disease transmitted through the Hassan broadcast. Yeah, it's really funny that he's the suspect is not a fan of mine, as a matter of fact. He was a blue sky liberal, was the type of blue sky liberal who hates me because they think I'm like pro Adolf Putler. Yeah, if you scroll down, this dude is not a fan of you, lol. Yeah, this is his account. He's pro NATO. I'm anti NATO. Not that it matters. Look, this is his account. I spent a lot of time in countries where graft and grifting are the norm, and I assure you, it is truly immense cost to prevent that from taking hold in our society. You do not want to live in that kind of society. I think that we should simply run on prosecuting the rich for their crimes instead of creating a low trust society. He was in the liberal, right-wing liberal contingency of Hassan is a malignant force on American politics.
Look, guys, he was a right.
So I'm trying to get this up over here while this video was playing. Ooh. Come on. So this is the political ideology chart. So the authoritarian is up here. Left is like social leftist. Libertarian is down here. Right is over here. So you can be right and not authoritarian. You can actually be right and be a libertarian. You can be right and authoritarian. You can be left and be authoritarian. You can be left and be libertarian. So these are the different political ideologies. And so you have, we're going to look at this first. This is Lenin and Mao. This is where Hassan, two people who Hassan loves. Communist, that's him. So he like Marxist, that's literally Hassan. That's far left and up. So you have authoritarian and mostly left. So I would put maybe this guy possibly around where it says progressive socialist instead of despotic socialism. So Hassan would be in this, whereas most other people would, well, not most of the people, most of the calmer people in society are probably closer to here right now on the left. And the right is anything past that. So anyone who's neoliberal, who's any of these right now, and anything over here, of course, is automatically, boom, like right. Of course, anything over here. So let's look at some of the other things that we have here. You can have, you can be elective socialism, which is progressive socialist, a democratic socialist, or a social reformist. I think Hassan thinks he's in this, but considering that the people he likes is Mao, he stated that many times, he is a Marxist and he is trying to get communism in, status with a communist, he, like, that fits him. So a progressive socialist, I believe that's Bernie Sanders. Democratic socialist, I think that like this is like Bernie Sanders. So someone who is still like not necessarily violent, but like is still socialist, just in a different way. It's just a different word. So, wow, this is weird. Republican is actually on the left on here. So neoliberal, Republican, classic liberal is down here. Laissez-faire liberal is over here. I guess that makes sense. And this is all liberalism. Conservative liberalism. And then before we go to the right, I do want to go to finish the left. So down here you have anarchist communist, anarchist collectivism, anarchist syndicalist, and anarchist mutualist. And so these are social ways of being completely, of having complete anarchy. So what do you want in this type of political world? If you are looking to have social anarchy, then this is the type that you're going to go for. Now, Hassan says he's okay for stealing, but he's not okay for stealing from state stores. So I don't think I'd put him down here. Because if he wanted complete and utter anarchy, he would want to have social policies that are plain and simply put, social policies. So I think with that, I mean, we can very clearly see that Hassan is pushing for a Maoist, status communist, or a Marxist type of despotic socialism. And again, that is left and authoritarian. So he says that he doesn't like authoritarians. The people that he likes on the ideology chart are there. And you could look at a couple of other ideology charts. This isn't the only one, but some of them aren't as like detailed as this. I do like this one for how detailed it is. Let me see if I can find another one that is like maybe might have a bit more. Let me see if this one might have some. This one might be good. Let me see. Oh, it's on Reddit, so let's see how it is. I don't know if this is correct. This does not look correct. I'll show it just in case. So hive mind collectivism is over here, and all of this. Third way, national liberalism. And I think this is only on the left, huh? This is only on the left. Yeah, I don't like this one because it would be better if it was detailed kind of like this in a way. But I think this is too... I think this is putting it just all on the left and then charting it out on the left, so you have 4 charts on the left. So like in this type of very detailed campaign or compass, it would be essentially so this whole side is divided up into 4 parts, because that's kind of what I'm getting, because you get progressiveness and neoliberal, and so yeah, that would be down here. Yeah, that makes sense. That kind of makes sense in my mind about where they're putting it. So I mean, I don't think that this one is very good, so we'll just toss that one. But that doesn't mean that you can't find something that like actually makes sense or something. There are some that actually make a little bit more sense, and I do tend to like the more detailed ones. But Hassan Piker is just wanting complete destruction. That's what he's wanting. Actually, this one looks like it might be a good one with looking at people through history. So let's go ahead and see if we can put this one up. So Hassan Piker has also said that he likes Stalin, who is very far left and pretty far up high. Hitler is right up here at the top and near the center. Trump and Cruz, which are insane people to put on here, are apparently so super far right and up pretty damn high. Thatcher is just below Trump and Cruz. Obama 2012 is right wing. This is neoliberalism. This is communism. Okay, so this is on that same chart of like still over here. Makes sense then, because Trump is an old school liberal, so he would be in this on this. He would be kind of he is authoritarian in that way, and he's not really that right wing. Because on this, it's again this section of the political ideology chart. That makes complete sense. Obama 2012 was there. Obama 2008. So Obama went closer to Hitler. Or Obama went further from Hitler but closer to Trump. That's insane. And they say that he's Hitler now. That Trump's Hitler now. They say that. Oh my god. Okay, Sanders is down here. Yeah, that makes sense. Hillary Clinton and George Bush are over here. I don't know about that. It's interesting that there's no one down here. We have all these other schools of thought, but there's no one who's been neoliberalist and anarchist. That's very interesting. I wonder why. Gandhi's left wing. I mean, yes and no. Nelson Mandela. I don't know. I don't think these people deserve to be here. Because again, on this chart, social anarchy. That's. I don't know. I mean, I guess they did, like, Gandhi got a lot of people onto his cause and kind of became a huge disruption. There's ways that you can swing that. I don't know. Nelson Mandela, I'll be honest, I don't know a lot about Nelson Mandela. The Dalai Lama, I also don't know much about the Dalai Lama, but I don't think either of those people were anarchist enough to be considered anarchist. I think that those people would be closer to Sanders, maybe down here. Maybe, 1, 2, and 3. Or something like that. I don't think that this is correct at all. But I think that this probably could be pretty true. I don't know who Robert is, but Fidel Castro being very far left and a little bit authoritarian, I think that one probably deserves to be maybe up here or here or here. Or you could have Manuel Noriega, who was in charge of Panama for years. You could have that person be around here maybe. There's a couple other people that they're missing on this list. I'd really like to see a political compass like this that is kind of fully figured out. So, just political ideology. It's interesting to me.
Wing liberal, a centrist Democrat. I swear, it wasn't a Hassan fan. I find this hilarious. He is desperately trying to shift the blame. Nobody's even saying it's a Hassan fan, but he knows that everybody's just targeting him. People are generally, just going after Hassan, not because of this, but because of his general sort of rhetoric, threatening to murder his opponents, telling his fans to, K. Rick Scott, etc., etc. We know that this specific incident isn't connected to you, but we know that you also generally sort of foment this type of violence. But Hassan obviously intentionally misunderstands and tries to say that, they're trying to tie this shooter specifically to me, right? When it's a symptom of a broader sort of general culture that you're inspiring, where assassinations are okay, breaking the law is perfectly fine, stealing is okay, as long as it's done to rich people, basically. So assassinations, murder is okay because the target is somebody who's in a position of power, like a CEO or a president, etc., etc. And it's just broken logic. As we know, we went over that whole thing where Hassan was justifying sort of murder because CEOs commit social murder by maybe a restaurant denying food to somebody who wants it.
Okay, I do hate to do this so quick into the stream, but I do need to take a little bit of a break to go to the bathroom. I do want to keep on streaming, so I am going to go ahead and put this on, earn these stars, and hopefully nothing else that's bad or that I don't like plays. I'll be back very soon. And with that, I will be on pee break, so give me a minute. Thank you.
my granddad's sign on the dotted line. Dog tags hanging from a nail in the pine. He bled in a desert for a flag he loved. Didn't get a thing for free from above. Mama studied laid with a kerosene glow. Green card folded in a Bible in her coat. Swore that oath with a tear in her eye. Said, son, this promise is worth the fight. So tell me how that same red, white, and blue gets handed out like a hotel room. This ain't a prize for just coming through. You gotta stand, you gotta swear, you gotta see it through. Citizenship is more than a place you lay. It's a vow, it's a duty, it's the price you pay. You don't get the keys on your first day here. You earn your right to stay. You make it crystal clear. America's heart is open wide, but hear me when I say you gotta earn your right to stay. Planes touch down, Bill is full of plans. Step on the tarmac, reach out their hands. Think a single cry in a midnight ward. You should write their name on our front porch. I see folks wait years in a paper line, learning every word, every star, every stride. They follow every rule, still they're told not yet, while someone cuts the line, calls it a safety net. If we don't guard what our fathers gave, we trade gold away for a wooden grave. This ain't a price for just coming through. You gotta stand, you gotta swear, you gotta see it through. Citizenship is more than a place you lay. It's a vow, it's a duty, it's the price you pay. You don't get the keys on your first day here. You earn your right to stay. You make it crystal clear. America's heart is open wide, but hear me when I say you gotta earn your right to stay. Honor the ones who waited their turn, who carried the load, felt their shoulders burn. We welcome the dreamers who walk the straight way, but we close that loophole at the gate. This ain't a prize for just coming through. You gotta stand, you gotta swear, you gotta see it through. Citizenship is more than a place you lay. It's a vow, it's a duty, it's the price you pay. You don't get the keys on your first day here. You earn your right to stay. You make it crystal clear. America's heart is open wide, but hear me when I say you gotta earn your right to stay. Yeah. In this land of the brave, you gotta earn your right to stay.
All right, I am back. There we go. All right. Now let's go ahead device. And we're going to get back into scene. Whew, alright. Sorry about that. Alright.
For free or whatever. And obviously that's a omega slippery slope.
Brian Thompson, as the United Healthcare CEO, was engaging in a tremendous amount of social murder, the systematized forms of violence. So many people immediately understand why this death had taken place.
So anyways, his evidence that it's not a Hassan fan is that there's like some retweets of essentially saying that Hassan is a grifter, right? And I mean, yeah, fair point or whatever. Nobody was saying it was a Hassan fan, but I feel like some of your fans also do kind of tweet that shit too. Like, aren't you arguing with your own, like, 50-month subscribers every day who try to disagree with you and say something that's slightly different and then you crash out at them? But yeah, I mean, this whole situation is just really convenient for him because now he has an excuse to say that actually, I'm not the radical, right? It's the centrist liberals that are the radicals. We leftists, who are quite literally on the furthest fucking left possible, we're actually the peaceful people. We only talk about murder. We don't actually do it, of course. We only talk about buying explosive ordnance mechanisms from China. We don't actually do it, of course. We only spam HUTs for terrorists and, you know, encourage this shit. But we don't actually do it, of course. Yet. Then for some...
So on that point, I wanted to go ahead and look at social murder. So social murder is a concept coined by Engels in 1845 to describe premature and natural deaths caused by social, economic, or political structures rather than direct violence. It is an unnatural death caused by institutional abandonment or neglect or negligent. I cannot say that word. Negligent public policy rather than direct intentional killing. So anything that isn't an intentional killing. Examples include inadequate housing, lack of access to healthcare, and unsafe working environments. The term is used today to describe preventable deaths linked to austerity policies, government failures, and health inequities such as those exacerbated by the COVID-19 pandemic. Letting die, it highlights how the state or society is culpable in death through negligence and the pursuit of profit. Okay. So, I think that he's also, you know, Hassan is participating in a great social murder by essentially riling up his audience to want to kill somebody. So by him, you know, trying to get his fans to go out and commit acts of terrorism by saying, you know, you need to gut them in the street, you need to kill them in the street, they should never know a moment of peace, or what was the thing that he said about kill Rick Scott, which I do not agree with. All of this stuff kind of is right in the area of talking about how he just wants social murder. And so his mind view of social murder, good social murder, is riling up the people to overthrow and be resistance to the pedophile class that he believes there is. Whereas most other people would define social murder as him trying to incite his audience to commit social murder by attacking them so they get destroyed completely. Think of like Renee Good and Alex Preddy as examples. He riles up his audience in order to push them to the brinks. And it is this extreme rhetoric that causes such a distrust of our society and is crumbling. And we do now have an assassination culture. I truly do believe that.
Some bizarre reason, Hassan cannot stop himself, and he insists that he actually really agrees with the shooter on a lot of points. And he comes up with possibly the greatest phrase of all time, woke terrorism.
But the thing is, or the suspect, the shooter, the suspect, whatever you want to call him. Like, there are also plenty of things that he said that I also agree with. You know what I mean? It's not like he's not like a rabid anti-communist either. He's just like a regular lib. And it's important to understand that a regular liberal with decent credentials, like that was a mechanical engineer that did a internship at NASA, when that guy is the one who's planning out an assassination on the president and the entire cabinet, you have to understand that. You have to interpret that as a sign of the times. It's clear that there is so much instability and chaos in people's lives that you got motherfuckers who are mechanical engineers doing this shit. It's not just like people with antisocial personality disorder with like no prospects for a future. You got people taking matters in their own hands that have a future, you know? Because Luigi Mangione also was like talking about previous attempts on how he would target like the United Healthcare CEO or a healthcare CEO in general. And he said like, oh, I don't want to actually do a bomb, like an improvised explosive device, because like it will kill too many random people. This is in line with the same mentality. Again, another STEM lord, allegedly, by the way, Luigi Mangione, allegedly, looking to be more precise, somewhat of a woke terrorism, an instance of woke terrorism again.
Ladies and gentlemen, you heard it here first.
Well, I mean, woke terrorism, I mean, it is very much what Antifa has been doing. Woke terrorism is something that's already been happening, and it is very prominent right now. I don't know why our government isn't cracking down on the woke terrorism as much as I'd like them to be. Honestly, I'd like them to be a lot more aggressive with people like this. I'd want them to be a little bit more aggressive with people like this, and I think Hassan is a great example of like why we shouldn't have free speech to this degree. Not all free speech is free. Now, I would love to listen to more of Mr. More Pegasus, but unfortunately, we are going to have some gameplay. We might check back in on this here in a bit, so that's what we're going to do. We're going to play some games for a bit, maybe take a break from politics, and then get back into it in a bit. So with that, I'd like to say thank you guys so much. We're going to go ahead and move this over. And I think I'm going to go ahead and check one more time and see if anything is going on. Gotta check. Yeah, no, I don't know. So we'll put that down. Now, I did put the post up and I did delete the post. I deleted the post because, unfortunately, there was no one who wanted to look into what I had went ahead and posted, and no one engaged with it. Because of that, I decided that I would pick it, and I liked this game. I did try it. I have to like at least look into the game to see if I like it and if it will work for my system. Hopefully it works while I stream. I'd hate to like not be able to stream a game because I want to play games, and if I can't do this, then I'm probably going to have to go back to playing games only on Twitch, which means that I won't really be able to talk about politics on Twitch, because if I do, then I am penalized, because people like Hassan Piker are the ones who succeed there. Even people like Asmongold, who are a little bit more politically left than I am, succeed there. Twitch is a left-wing platform, so I do not want to be on there. I guess I could stream on Kick, but for some reason I cannot work on my... I cannot work that through. And, you know, maybe I pivot from playing games to just writing my books and streaming. And that would be a great way to make sure that I actually write my book and get stuff done on that. Alright. This is the game Undefeated. For those of you who have never heard of it, I had never heard of it either. It is actually really fun. Like I said, I have tried it. We will play a new game. Oh, it looks like they're actually going to be bringing more stuff in. That's pretty cool. That looks really, really intense. All right. And with that, Undefeated, here we go. Now, like I said, I've already done some stuff, but I'll show you guys how it kind of works. So I'm gonna go here. This is the boss fight and mission start. I've only defeated one boss before this. Why can't I lock on? I might need to options, controls. There we go. There we go. Now I know I'm probably gonna already be not winning this because of that. Because I forgot the controls already. So. If I can keep on following him, I can have some fun. Oh my gosh. Oh. Well. I'm gonna get some points so I can go ahead and level up. So we're gonna go over here. Is it at the top? Okay. control to go faster? No, I'm just terrible at this today. I wonder if there's any way I can restart. I need to like. Oh my gosh. I wonder if there's any way I can restart and learn the ropes again, because man, I can't believe how much I forgot from the last time. I'm gonna see if I can't reset. There we go. I got it now. A boss battle start. Oh, is this the first boss battle? It's getting a lot easier. Come on, come on. I gotta get you. I gotta get you. Alright, buddy. Alright, alright. There we go. Get him, get him, get him, get him. Ooh. Yeah, buddy. punch. There we go. Come on. Come on. Come on. I'm following you. I'm going Piccolo on your ass. Come on, come on. Ooh. Ooh. Buddy. Come on. Come on. There we go. Come on. Come on, come on, come on. Break you out. Yeah. Ooh. We got it, guys. We got it, we got it. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Come on. Oh, come on. There we go. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. There we go. There we go. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Knock him out, knock him out. Victory! 24% remaining. Alright, well, let's try this again. F. Alright, we did it, we did it. There we go. There we go. All right, all right, all right. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Ah. I am not struggling. I got it, I got it, I got it, I got it, I got it. Oh my gosh. That's hard to do it for that long, man. Alright. There we go. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, let's do it. Okay, come on, keep on going, keep on going. And quickly turn. Oh, I missed one. And I was slow. Alright, well... let's try and see if we can't help people. Gotta be something else, right? Oh, that's the tutorial. Uh-oh, fire. We gotta go save some people, guys. Uh-oh, oh, very good. I think I already did that one. Uh-oh. There we go. Gotta go save another guy. Come on, guys. Let's save another one. And... let's save a couple more people, guys. Uh-oh. I think I might have killed them, but you know what? It's fine. I'm sure they'll be okay in a month. Where? Over here. There it is, there it is. Come on, guys, we gotta save them. Can we save them? Can we survive? Can we do it? Oh, I might have just killed the guy. Let's get that off of him. There he is. Alright guys, we gotta save another one. These people are just dying over here. And... There you go, citizen. I really do like the flying in this game. And the ore farming in this game is actually pretty fun. Like, just straight up. Or a farm like Piccolo. It's good. It's good. Honestly, I really like it. And alright. I gotta end you. Are you really fighting me? Come on, man. Do you want to rethink your life choices? There we go. Now we gotta save this guy. Ready? Hey, stop getting put under stuff. I don't care how you do it. Another? Great. And... Hi. Hi. Stop shooting me! There we go. I think that was fun. Had some nice little things. I need to remember to use the takeoff. Ooh. Fire. Looks like I gotta take off. Whew. Oh my gosh, the whole tower's on fire, guys. I wonder what happened. All I can tell you is I did not do it. It was not chilly night and I did not fart. I swear. Fire near the same place? Come on, guys. That's pretty cool. Ready, and E. There we go. Alright guys, superhero landing. Alright, ready? Hey there, guy. They should have a villain simulator too, that'd be fun. Wow, right where it just was. I'm gonna check. I hear Discord messages going off, so. Let's see if I can find it. We gotta save another down person, guys. Hello. I saved you. I'm gonna run it. And then jump. Just like that. And then hi, buddies. You're good as long as you don't shoot me, buddy. Are you getting into position? Of course you are. All right. Another bunch of thugs, man. Come on. Ready? Don't shoot. Don't shoot. You could harm innocent people, sir. Do not shoot. Or I'm gonna have to show you how I shoot. Again? Alright guys, we gotta do it. We gotta end these guys. Ready? 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 Skadoosh! Attack speed, movement speed up. Woohoo! Oh yes, this is my city and I must protect it. No one will not be saved. Unless I really do not want to save them. What else is there? Nothing? Alright, I'm gonna try and end that, one guy again. Ready for the boss battle. There we go. There we go. Get the fuck out of my city, boy. Get the fuck out of my city, boy. What did I say? Come on, boy. Get out of my city. Get out of my city. Get out of my city. And stay the fuck out of my city. There we go. Come on, boy. Boy, get out of my city. Out of my city. Come on, boy. Come on, boy. Out of my city. I don't care where you go. Can't stay here. Come on, and there we go. Come on. There we go. Hits you good. Hits you real good. Come on, boy. Come on. Come on. Boom. We fucking did it. We fucking did it. Whew. Let's go. Let's go. Alright, let's try this guy again. This is the fire guy. I'm gonna call him Evil Torch. Get the fuck out of my city, boy. Get the fuck out. Come on, get the fuck out of my city, boy. Get the fuck out. Nobody wants you here, boy. Get the fuck out of here, boy. Nobody wants you here, boy. You really gonna run? There we go. Come on. Come on, boy. Get your ass out of here. Come on, boy. Quit being a retard. Oh. I'm gonna try that again. Let's see if we can't win that. There we go. Come on, boy. Get your ass out of here. Get out of my town, boy. What did I tell you? You gotta stay the fuck out. We don't like used cons around here. Get the fuck out of here. We don't like unhelpful people. There we go. Come on, and come on, boy. You's dying today. There we go. There we go. I got you. I got you. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Got you. Got you. Got you. Very good. Come on, boy. All right, come on, boy. There we go. There we go. There we go. Come on, boy. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Come on. Man, this game was quite fun. I really do like it. This game is a great game. I hope you guys play it. I hope that everyone at least gives it a try. It's not too bad to get into, and the controls are a little bit wonky. But overall, I give this game I want to say 6. It's a fun one. I'm probably gonna keep it, and I like it. I mean, it's fun. It's I mean, not necessarily my style, but I mean, I kind of wish you could do more, and it does look like they're going to be doing a lot more with this. So, yeah, I mean, I think this is a good one. Not top 10 or anything, or not like anything like super like groundbreaking or anything, but like it's fun. And I do like how like easy and fun it is. I like to be able to just like aura farm. I kind of wish you were able to like change your clothes. I wish that there was more of like an actual like storyline, not like, oh hey, I just showed up one day and ta-da! Like, yeah. And I do like the city. I wish it was bigger. I wish there was more stuff. I wish things felt a little bit more weighty. And again, this isn't knocking it for what it is right now. I kind of know that like right now it's just kind of like, you know, where it is because like it's not a big thing. But again, like I like it. I think if it had like a little bit more of like Just Cause by like ways, like it would be they're not Just Cause ways. Like, if it was a little bit more like Just Cause, I think it would be a little bit more fantastical, like more fun to play. And I don't mean that you need a grappling hook or anything in it. Like that would not do good. Yeah, I do like the model. Very responsive. Very entertaining, honestly. Like I said, I really like it. You know, just going around protecting. One thing that I actually like is like one thing I wish they would do is like make to where you could change your hero. Is your hero more of a Superman, more of a like a Spider-Man type? Like I understand that would probably take a lot more programming in, but like imagine this game. Just the only difference is like you could swing around the city, or you can make a construct and surfboard around the city, or whatever Aquaman does. Like, you know, like you could have so many like different types of unique types of travel, and I kind of want that in a game like this. And again, it doesn't need to be anything big, but like if you're gonna do something like this, like make it crazy. I do like the fighting, how like it does seem like he just like teleports to fight. You know, like being able to do that. And I do like the ore farming. And I do like that you're able to like put the fast on the, you know, going up. I wonder if you're able to do that on going down too. I will have to try that. And like, I kind of wish when there was a fire, you also had to like escort survivors out. Have me go like to the fire, put the fire out, pick up a person, and take him to the hospital, or even like an evacuation zone. And you could do that with like 3 people, 5 people, or like massive amounts of people, you know. And again, I would also like the other side of this. Imagine being able to be a villain, just go around the city, destroy the city. Imagine if I could just, you know, go to the city and just like crash straight through a building. I would love that, like Invincible type, like just go through the city, just be able to just demolish an entire building if I wanted to. I think even as the hero, you should be able to do that because, like, I mean, I think that would be kind of fun. But again, like, you know, to each their own. You could even have me be an investigator, like a kind of like a Barry Allen Flash type. That'd be cool too. Where like I can't fly, I can run, but maybe like I can after, you know, 2 or 3 levels, I can like run in the air or something like that, or I don't know, just something. Ooh, hey, I'm gonna be able to see if I can fall fast. Alright. Ready? Let me get right over this. And... ooh, yeah! Hey, buddy. And again, like, I kind of wish their bodies... Like when I fight people like that, I wish their bodies didn't just like ragdoll, like just like honestly just splat them. Just have it be like I get rid of them so completely that it's just red mist. I think that would be so like that much funnier to just like, oh, I just red misted like 3 guys, like. That would be so fun. And again, just running and then jumping, like, it does feel smooth. It does feel very smooth. It does feel very, not like lifelike, but like, you know, comic booky. It does feel, it feels nice. It does. And, extinguishing fires. It's fun. It is fun. Like, what else? Like go full My Hero Academia on this, or like DC Universe Online Live, which I will be playing on here too, probably. Have me do like cool stuff like that. And I think that this is like a really cool game to like talk about and play, so kind of why I decided to play it. Like that, like having him stuck in the fountain, I think it'd be just so much funnier if like I just go over to punch him, and as soon as my fist makes contact, he's just red. Like just the model is gone, it's just red mist. I think that would be like so much more fun and horrific for the bad guys to just be like they're atomized, you know. Hi, buddy. You need help? I don't know what you what you did. I never used the slow ability either. It sucks. Maybe you can use that on the next go round. Yeah, I like this. I'd love to have, like, this is gonna sound weird. Love to have Adam Eve's powers and be able to do this in a city. Like, just like, okay, boom, I can make a giant pillow to suffocate it, or like a giant bubble to do it, or just get rid of all the oxygen in this area for a quick sec. Make all the fire, turn all the fire to fire and smoke into oxygen. You know, because Adam Eve's powers are like quite impressive. And yeah, I mean, I think there's a lot of good stuff here. This is a very good like start to a game. I like it. Try it one more time. There we go. I can't do that there. Can I not? I can't. I can't do it in boss fights. That's stupid. Come on, buddy. Damn it. I wasn't able to get there. I don't like that I'm not able to use that ability. Come on, boy. Come on, boy. I'm about 14%. I ain't winning this, but I'm at least gonna do some damage to him. There we go. Destroy this boy. Come on, boy. Oh. Well, we'll play some more of this at a later date. And have some fun with this. I think now is a good time to get back to it. So we'll quit for a bit and go back to political statements and political stuff. So, that's supposed to be over here. I'll put that over here. There we go. And we'll get back to it. Let's go ahead and move this back over. And you know what? We might finish out some more of this video. Let's go ahead and
First, it was simply a case of woke terrorism. I mean, Hassan really invents the best fucking phrases I've ever heard in my life. So you see the terrorist attack. It was simply woke. It was done with woke motives in mind. You see, woke terrorism, actual fucking comedy. Everything is woke now. It wasn't a regular terrorist. It was a woke one, because the woke one is actually really virtuous and moral. Like, they didn't want to kill the bystanders. They only wanted to kill the evil people in the administration, the evil government. But also the shooter, I'm pretty sure, said that they would kill anybody who that like got in the way as well, which basically means that they weren't like a woke terrorist or whatever. They were just a psychopath, mentally ill freak, like all of these shooters are. But I love this fucking desperate attempt to sort of humanize the terrorists and the shooters, be like, you know, they might have been a terrorist, but, you know, in some sense, they were actually woke. They were actually really woke, right? They cared about the people. They didn't want to hurt bystanders. And the best part, Hassan actually agrees with him on a lot of things. Amazing. You just really felt the need to point that out, right? So then a chatter asked Hassan that if the shooter was actually a Hassan fan, would Hassan flee the country? Would Hassan finally, for the love of God, finally leave America, right?
He is 100p, big time anti-communist. Based on Iowa predicting Kamala wins all swing states and at least 3 red states. Retweeted by Midas Luch. Breaking, Taylor Swift endorses VP Kamala Harris. Scott Jennings is blaming you on CNN right now? Buddy, this guy f***ing hated me. This guy f***ing hated my ass, it seems. Oh my Lord. Scott Jennings can chirp all day, every day. This guy is not one of mine at all. If he turned out to be a Hassan Abi hit, would you have left the country? No, of course not, because that's not how things work. Like, these people will try their very best to be like, oh, Hassan is a violent radical, he's dangerous rhetoric, but like okay, at the end of the day, we still haven't reached a point where, you know, the administration, it might get there, but we're not currently there where the administration would be like, oh, your clips out of context are actually invitations for violence. Like, in a court of law, stuff like that is totally protected. Tying that back to someone like myself, even if he was a fucking fan, would be unbelievable.
Of course, how could I be so naive? It's free speech. Hassan's speech is protected in a court of law. What court? It's the court of fucking clowns, that's what. I mean, can we get like a fact check on that, fellas? Any lawyers in the audience? I know I got a bunch of lawyers watching. I mean, surely the Rick Scott clip, right? That can't be protected by free speech, because aren't you specifically mentioning one person and giving justification why they should be killed, and they are a political opponent that you hate and you likely do want dead because you believe in the concept of social murder, believe they've probably committed this? I don't know, I feel like you could easily make a case for why Hassan is inciting violence, right? And also, they're not going to look at that in isolation. That's going to be coupled with all the other clips you've made about, you know, murdering capitalists or whatever. I feel like, you know, some things he could possibly get away with, you know, like the threat on Ethan's wife or whatever, because, you know, he cloaked it in like, well, I'm actually talking about the Palestinian resistance or your favorite podcaster's wife, which reasonably could not to be Ethan's wife. Obviously, he's talking about Ethan, but like.
So yeah, I mean, the thing is like, more Pegasus is correct, but the thing is like, Hassan's audience is so radically left that, I mean, even if it was a person in Hassan's audience, it doesn't matter because Hassan, he feels like, and this is just a game theory, a political theory, I think that he thinks that he is free of all charges if it's just seen as propaganda. So, I mean, is it, I mean, I think not. But I think that he thinks that he can get away with saying whatever he wants to if he says it's propaganda and that he's a propagandist. I think that he's going to be using like free speech as a type of way to get away with everything that he says. So he can say to kill Rick Scott. He can say to kill everything. But the second that he has to atone for those sins, he is going to be sorely mistaken on what's going on. So, yeah. So, I think we're going to try and get this guy in here. I'm going to go ahead and invite him. Let me go ahead and get in the debate and invite. Invite. Sent. Let's see if he joins. So we will go back to the Hassan stuff here in a bit. So yeah, apparently he's setting things up. So we're going to go ahead and just be in this debate channel. While we're doing that, I did bring up iFunny. So we'll just go through some stuff. Hopefully none of this will be terms of service violations or anything, but if you do go on iFunny, just know that there are terms of service violations sometimes, so be careful. There is a person that I want to bring up and I want to make mention of because this is kind of interesting. Where can I find my stuff? I don't know. We'll figure it out. Anyway, so just going through iFunny. So this third-worlder dying in a crazier way than a hamster would. That is about something that happened yesterday on iFunny. I'm not going to get into that. Is that Anesia Sarkeesian, or however you say that? Oh my gosh. So this is actually what I wanted to talk about. This is an account on iFunny. This is the account name. This is slightly terms of service, I think. But this is not me. I am subscribed. And this is free speech. So I think Hassan should definitely fear that his rhetoric is indeed causing people who may or may not like him to have views that push this narrative. So I am warning people, and I am warning Hassan. Again, this isn't me, but I think Hassan wants to not have this happen. And I think the more he talks, I'm just going to say it, shit. The more this is going to happen, especially since there is an assassination culture, and I mean we've already had one person die on the right. The last thing we need is someone to die on the left, and then all of a sudden it's anarchy. And again, like even though I wouldn't be sad that Hassan passes, but I would be remiss if I did not say that I don't want it to be in a way that is not just. So, with that being said, we'll just take a look at this account. The Hassan system: hide, ignore critics' content to obscure their argument, alter, drastically misinterpret the opposing view, strawman, attack the misrepresentation by grouping critics with deplorables, avoid, debate only weaker opponents, never the original person, name call, label frustrated opposition as crazy or obsessed to discredit them. That's exactly what Hassan does every time. So, again, like most of the stuff that this guy will post is, I'm not going to say most because it does seem like he's going away from that. But, like, he was posting pretty much everything Hassan, just negatively. So, it does seem like this guy has branched out a bit. I did see this one this morning. I thought this one was pretty funny. So... yeah, so we'll see what happens there. I'll start setting up a segue into it. I think it's... I don't know how to spell it. Join whenever. Snoop game. Yeah, this is the account that I'm trying to say that like Hassan needs to worry about, because someone who makes an account name like that is a little bit crazy. So we do have a person who is coming in to talk to us. So we will when they get in here, we'll talk. I'm going to go ahead and go down more. What keeps you from the rope? Every day at work during my lunch break, I go to this cafe that's 2 minutes away from my work. It's owned by an old Middle Eastern looking man, and I order the same thing every time: a large chicken jalapeno queso bean burrito, the best food I've ever had in my life, and the only thing I've eaten my entire day. I buy 3 in Fridays for the weekend as well. Without those burritos, I probably would have roped by now. Mostly my parents. Also Clash of Clans Village. I've invested years of my life into this thing, and I refuse to see that effort go to waste. That's insane to me. That's insane. People aren't necking themselves only because of Clash of Clans, and of course parents, but Clash of Clans, that's crazy. But like mostly my parents, that's good. But like Clash of Clans and bean burritos, like that's crazy. Postal workers stole nearly 2,000 from Mother's Day, graduation, and birthday cards. That's stupid. That's crazy. You twat, cock. Yeah, I know. All this other bad stuff. Oh, boys. Boys, we got a problem here. Oh, I figured out yesterday that my son isn't biologically mine. Ooh. Yeesh. Okay, and my wife doesn't know that I know. Ooh, my son is almost a year old now. He doesn't look anything like me. Many people. That's... It gets better. Find someone who doesn't do that to you. Find someone who is better. I can guarantee you they're out there. You just gotta look. What the fuck? Those mountains, oh my gosh. So AI, when you respond to someone, is now like kind of saying like, yeah, I can do that to like by my auto response is like, yeah, mountains are sure unique. Here's where I live, full address in Utah. And it's like, oh my gosh, like, no, like, you need to have some guardrails so someone doesn't accidentally dox themselves. Okay. So this is an individual that we have in here. I'm going to go ahead and invite him. Let me go ahead and invite... So this is pretty simple and easy talk. We are going to be discussing the intricacies of U.S. foreign policy with America to Israel, like our foreign policy on Israel. This guy's going to give me be able to give me a little bit more of a background and be able to have a calm discussion about this. So. Yeah, this is a pretty nice guy. We'll be having him again. No problems. No being mean to each other. It's going to be a very simple, nice discussion. I'll make everything clear. But again, yeah. All right, here we go. Can you join voice? Join debate. Maybe I might have to unlock it first then. All right. I will just join general then. All right. Hello.
Hello? Yeah, great.
All right. Yeah. How are you?
Okay. Здравствуйте and salutations to you.
How are you?
I'm good. I just had a lot of things to do, so...
No, I understand.
Wait, let me stop the voice. It was just easier to listen to what you had to say before actually coming to, because it took some time.
Yeah, and I'm thinking like we'll make our stances clear on where we stand on like U.S. foreign policy first, and then since I'm actually not entirely knowledgeable, I did do a little bit of research last night while I was trying to get things done last night, and obviously that didn't work out, but that's fine. We can do that now. And again, like this is just supposed to be a very nice, calm discussion. We're not attacking each other. We're not being mean to each other. It's just
yeah, I'm just making the case.
Open to interpretation, coming to our own conclusions. And who knows? I might sway you. You might sway me. That's perfectly fine. Did you want to? You don't have to, but would you feel more comfortable showing face or not? Because I'm on stream right now. I have my face on stream.
I didn't have enough time to prepare to actually show my face, let alone my room. My room looks like fucking war happened here. So.
That's fine. That's fine. I was just asking if you wanted to, because I mean, obviously, if you're not comfortable, then I don't want to, make you feel uncomfortable.
I mean, if I had a green screen and I can, hide away all the fucking shit, maybe. But at the moment, no. I
understand. I understand. So why don't you go first? Tell me your point of view and what your thought is, and then I'll tell you where I'm coming from on this stance, and then maybe since I'm not as knowledgeable, you can go ahead and talk about the foreign policy in the past and how that's morphed into what it is today.
Okay, but we need to start like around 1920s when Israel actually had most of its relation with the British, and the British sort of stabbed them in the back. We can skip that. That's not important to the U.S. case, but U.S. aid, or even how it's called, the relationship. Wait, what you need to know, like between 48 to 61, the U.S. placed an embargo on the entire region. At 48, the minimum the U.S. has done is when Israel declared that it exists and got attacked, and they say, well, we approve of your existence, like we heard you. And the Arabs attacked and they did the embargo on thing. The U.S. initially
the Arabs always seem to attack places. It's very unfortunate that that they always cry victim when they start something.
What can you do with hobbies?
Yeah,
I don't know what to do with them. But the important thing I'm trying to highlight here is that the U.S. back then, it didn't know who to side with, because Israel was mostly created, well, I guess thanks to the people who defended Israel at 48. The most were actually Stalin and the USSR, not the US. You can go and check the history on that. Stalin was like a great advocate for the creation of the state of Israel, while everyone else around them were practically against it. Even the British were, with the white papers to allow, Jewish migrants in, as according to their agreement with the Rothschild and the Zionists to allow the creation of the state. They also didn't want the heat from the Arabs. And the U.S. seeing, where here's one nation that might be communist, surrounded by a bunch of other nations that, have warmer relationship with the Soviets, so why should I exactly support them? I don't know where this is going. And then basically it was the greatest fucking betrayal of Stalin. Probably died from a heart attack after that. That's my official story, at least.
I understand.
Israel was not communist. After that, we need to skip, I guess, to the 6-Day War, when... Who was the president back then? Kennedy?
64, you said?
67, around that time.
Yeah, that would have been Kennedy / Johnson.
Kennedy.
Yeah.
So he was actually also not in favor of Israel. I think most even Americans will say this conspiracy that he tried to stop Israel from having a nuke, but the Israelis killed him for it or something in the assassination, if I remember correctly, the plot of that.
As I understand it, Kennedy was like pro Israel, and then before the bullet, he kind of was, hey, maybe we need to stop so much intervention, and that was when his life got cut short. At least as I understand it. So, like, Kennedy was, like, on the fence about it, and then it happened. Whereas, like, most of the time, it tends to be, like, either one side or the other, like, hard yes or hard no, where they get eliminated. So
it's a bit more nuanced than that. Like, the first...
I definitely understand.
The first time that the U.S. actually, like, had any trade, physical trade... I don't know why the AI told me it's aid or anything like that. It was economic loans. A country takes a loan from you, and then it pays with interest for a certain product. And it was at the sum of $100 million in loans in infrastructure development, and 49 under Harry S. Truman. The second time when a deal ever happened was in 1962 under John Kennedy, who just approved the sales in 62 of the Hawk anti-aircraft missiles to Israel.
Yes.
Most of the weapons then still came from France. It wasn't aid in any way, shape, or form. And even on that, given the Arab side and the Israel interest in oil, how it's called. After that, if I'm not mistaken, the U.S. actually even went to war with the Arabs because they tried to do the little skit of an embargo of oil on the U.S. or something like that.
Well, as I understand it, the reason why we were going to war with the Arabs so much after this, at least from my thought process, was this was just after communism was defeated in the USSR. We were trying to help them not be communist. We were trying to help influence them to a better way, to be more democratic. And that's kind of where I am coming from a point of foreign policy intervention. I very much subscribe to the idea that if we are going to help, let's just say, China in their civil war, where it was the communists versus the Republic of China, if we were going to go in there and help, we don't need to just send money or not just send weapons. We need to send everything we can to help. If we're going to do it, it needs to be an all or nothing policy. That's how I think our foreign policy should be on any nation. So if we're going to help Israel with taking out Iran, we need to 100% back them. But at the same time, I don't like 100% backing any country that isn't my own country. I even have ties with Panama. But the thing is, like, if it came to whether I want America to live or Panama to live, I'm sorry, I'm picking America every single time. So, that's where I come from on this, is like, if we are going to back them, we need to back them till the end, But at the same time, I'm like, I don't really care that much about Israel, to be fair, and so I'm like, we don't need to die in the sand wars for this.
Yeah, I understand where you're coming from that, and that's exactly what I'm challenging. It's not like it's only Israel's interest.
Right.
As you said before, there was this coming thing, but I want to expand on that. As I said before, in 1962, the first time we can actually call something aid, which again was just a weapon shipment sale to Israel, again under the same loan system with interest to Israel in a limited scale. That happened in 1962. 1962, it wasn't the 6-Day War, it was, what war was in 1962 with Israel? It was the independence. It was the 6-Day War. After that, the important things, like when I guess the shift actually started to happen, was between 73 to 74 under Richard Nixon in the Kippur War, when they attacked, Israel. But the important thing about this, which I want to highlight, previously, all the U.S. had with Israel is very limited weapon sales and deals and things like that. It wasn't aid in any stretch of the imagination.
Right,
If I'm paying you for a product and I take a loan from you because I can't actually pay it, it's like paying with a Visa card, essentially, to you, with a fixed loan, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah. No, I understand.
Basically, they were paying. Now, in 1973, after that war was done, the Arabs were so salty, then, if you recall, they decided to actually do the 3 no's in the oil embargo on the U.S., if you recall that.
Yeah.
And when they did that, I think with Jimmy, it was under Jimmy Carter that they went into war in the Middle East to,
Let me see, that's, you said 73?
Around after 73, when the Arabs did the oil embargo on the U.S. I know it was like
73 was under Nixon, so
under Nixon still, and he started the war to stop them from doing that, right?
I believe so. I should let you know that I'm on Wikipedia. This is how I got some information last night on this, and I'm just looking at the comparison by the country. and looking at like the timeline to where the presidents were on here. This could be wrong. I'm not perfect with the president timeline either, so like I just have this open as a way for me to be able to like gauge which administration, like where things are. And I do have the Israel-United States relations open on Wikipedia to help with that. Again, because like I'm like, again, like I'm just coming from a policy of like very little intervention. We can have trade, but like intervention in this kind of stuff, like I kind of want to keep it to like not more than 5%. I think 5% is like fine. But I don't think we should be giving what is the actual amount that we've given so far. I think it's close to like 13 billion or something like that.
It's 1% of the U.S. overall spending budget.
No. I'm talking about all until up to now or something like that.
If we take all like to Israel specifically, then by the same principle, you got to compare all to every other group like NATO. I guess all other countries the U.S. ever invested any aid to deal with, and you will see that factually, all of those countries took way more than even the 5% that you're talking about. It's ridiculous to say over this 1%, specifically on Israel, if we take all of it and turn out 5% of spending somehow, that aid should stop specifically to them and, not the rest of the world, because, like, what is the interest there exactly? Like, why are they special?
Right.
It's like you're making Israel in this scenario special when, in actuality, you made a deal during, like, this relationship, as I gave you an introduction, started around 74 with Nixon, and I think, with Nixon. It started with Nixon, actually, the 2.6
Nixon into Ford.
billion. Yeah, the 2.6 billion that went into military assistance to Israel. That wasn't alone, from what I understand. But unlike any other package deal that you are having with any other organization in the world, you're sending aid to trying to be in their graces, which we've seen from the European Union doesn't actually help you. They still spit in your face. For example, not letting you use their airspace or the bases of NATO that you actually used. Israel, as far as I understand, is more true to their words than those stuck-up Europeans. And you invest in them, I think, around trillions. We're not even talking about billions. We're talking trillions with 3 digits if we take all of that, or even more. I don't know. I never actually checked how much since NATO was founded the U.S. has invested into it. I never checked that, and I don't think anyone ever checked that because the sums are ridiculous, at least from annually, from what we know the U.S. gives them.
Right.
So you basically made a deal with Israel in their time of need, as opposed to the Europeans when, they've been snobby as ever. So with Israel, a cornered group will give you more things for less of a price than a group that, thinks they don't need to do any of that. So at the moment as it stands with the deal the U.S. has with Israel, I consider it the most beneficial deal to the U.S. specifically they will ever get to sustain a relationship. Because what the U.S. is getting for that deal, information sharing without a price, and Israel cannot hide information. Like, they can try to hide, but, that will be a breach of the treaty, in a sense, because the U.S. is in control of that treaty. So you scrap that, and you start, as I said before, contracted relationship with Israel. Now Israel is in a position of, equal power to you. It can actually hide things from it to pursue its national interest as opposed, to yours. Because, Israel and the U.S. agree on a lot, but it doesn't mean, the road that they see ahead is the same. Because the U.S. has one view on the Middle East and all the surrounding region, and Israel has another. So it's we can both agree, that some sort of soft drink is the best drink ever, but we might disagree with what alcohol to mix it when they make a cocktail.
Yeah, no, I get that, but like again, like I don't know, I go through all of this and I'm like, you know, like we did have some intervention with Jews before Israel existed, because like, you know, there's always been a place for their people, whether you call it Judea, which was what it was called in the times of Jesus, or if you call it Israel today. There's always been a place for these people, and I'm not trying to say these people as like a put down, but Zionism and Zionist tendencies have always been around. And I mean, it even says here that Zionism among American Jews was starting in 1912. So even before the creation of Israel, which came as far as I know, came as like a repentant, a way to say sorry for what happened during the Holocaust and stuff. We carved out a place for them in the middle of the desert and put them there, which was where they said that they wanted. From what I understand, and we did that through NATO, which is why that there's such a problem, because we from what I understand, we came up with NATO to try and help find a place for these people so that they won't be persecuted ever again. And I don't think that we really helped in that situation, which is, again, is why my foreign policy thing, my foreign policy position is like, you either help completely, you got to get rid of everyone in that area in order to put them there, or, you know, you stay out of it. Which is why I think that a lot of this, the problems with our intervention right now is that we don't go all the way. You see Trump doing a lot of things in some places, like the kidnapping Maduro. That's a pretty much one and done deal. But like with this Iran thing, if he doesn't completely get rid of the IRGC, then they'll just come out as terrorist proxies in the future. The same thing with like Israel. If you don't nip the problem early, you're going to have that problem rear its ugly head every couple of maybe decades, or maybe in a couple of years. And I think that like cutting off Israel's intervention with America would be good, because we have a whole backbone of our society that is pretty much funding through APAC and other types of lobbying to get presidents or get people elected in positions that will be more favorable to Israel than even their own country as America. You know?
I know that conspiracy, but I disagree with it a lot. Yes, there is like a lot of support coming from evangelicals and other Christians, but before I'll start like with the history again, after World War II, Europe and the US didn't accept any Jewish refugees. Oddly enough, you can go check me on that. They had to smuggle those people in. And when they were smuggled in, at least in Britain, for example, the British considered them, oddly enough, how it's called, Nazi spies or saboteurs of sorts. In France, we had like the Dreyfus thing, which they refused to admit was even politically motivated until the 20th century. It was so bad. Jews had to be smuggled in by other Jews already, like, you know, abroad in a relatively good position, or people who actually like I think in the Vatican there was a group that actually tried to help them, but there was also a group on the side of the Nazis, by the way. I forget, but I think it was the bishop's right-hand man or something like that, or the Pope's. I don't remember exactly the guy's name, but Jews didn't have a good time. And during like 48, when you say that try to carve them a place, as a matter of fact, no one actually did it. Israel just won it by its own right, and that's why the US was impressed with it enough to like recognize and give it sort of backing, make deals with them, because like the one stable place that actually stays and doesn't change. And you need like to look geographically at the area itself before that. You had like a lot of Arab tribes always picking wars with each other, and none of the nations were actually stable. I guess except for of Iran back at the time and Lebanon, which
Right.
Lebanon was majority Christian, or was it Syria? I don't remember exactly. And in Iran, they lived under the Shah, and then after that started the communist revolution, and the jihadists took over. Goddamn, there's so much in this history. So it wasn't that the West actually carved out a place for Israel. As I said before, it was the Soviet Union that actually allowed it to happen. The West, as far as I read from history, did almost everything in its power to get on the good graces of the Arab side and snub the Jews as much as they can, even after the war.
Well, so yes and no. Again, like, and a lot of this is just from what I know from history. We were the ones who started NATO. We were the ones who were like, after the war, we were like, all right, we do need to get this treaty out there. We need to make sure that we have an alliance that will keep everyone safe and make sure that we are all on the same page on a lot of this stuff. And I believe that's why there were so many Arab nations that were brought in. But I have like right here, so the possibility of a Soviet-Arab connection and the potential Arab restriction on oil supplies was what scared us and advised us against the intervention on behalf of the Jews. But what is not stated here is before World War II, we were in a state of isolation. We did not want to be involved with the European wars. We did not. It's not that we didn't care. We saw that there were people being executed. We saw the plight, but we were like, it's a whole world away. We're not going to be able to do anything. And I mean, we were mighty at that time, but we were like, okay, the parents are fighting. What are we going to do? We're going to piss on the fucking dog, you know? If we go over there, we're just meddling and we're not having any agency, or we don't have anything in our life to make us whole again, I guess is what I'm trying to say. Whereas at least with how things are looking on the side of at least from what I'm reading here, it does seem like we wanted to be able to help, but we couldn't with how the mindset was at the time. Because we were in a state of isolation. We would have stayed out of the war entirely, I have a feeling, if we didn't get bombed in Hawaii. If we didn't have that happen, we probably would not have been involved.
Yeah, probably.
And so, with that, just also reading here, with continuing conflict in the area and worsening humanitarian conditions among Holocaust survivors in Europe, and with U.S. support in November 29th, 1947, the UNGA, the United States National General Assembly, adopted a resolution, which was Resolution 181, the partition plan for Palestine, which is, I believe, what I'm talking about, which recommended the adoption and implementation of a plan of partition with economic union. This voting was heavily lobbied by the Zionist supporters, which Truman himself later noted and was rejected by the Arabs. So I mean,
still under the British, wasn't it? Like the partition plan, all of it started under the British. As far as the UN is concerned,
it was by the United Nations to partition by the at the end of the British mandate. Yes.
At the end of the British mandate, after or before the War of 48?
47. The UN Special Committee on Palestine on 3rd September 1947. The plan was adopted 29th November
47 was before the war and before the declaration. That means it was still under the British. The British bailed on the last day when the Arabs attacked, and the UN and the British did nothing. So this partition plan, given like how the Arabs acted after it until 70s or something, isn't worth the ink that it's written, the paper that it's written on. It just isn't worth it. The piece of paper will not protect Israel from any action they might take. Take Egypt, for example. Egypt has a peace treaty with Israel because they gave away the Sinai Peninsula with the, I forgot the peace deal that was brokered through the US with Egypt. Their president was murdered for it. They got some other person in power. And while diplomatically Egypt officially does not make any moves against Israel, it doesn't stop any other group from doing moves against Israel. Ergo, the tunnels that were found underneath the Rafah crossing between Egypt and Gaza, where they smuggled weapons, and God knows, maybe they even took hostages there.
Yeah.
So those piece of papers, recognition, signing, it doesn't guarantee anything. Especially on the Arab side that doesn't even accept those agreements. It will play along if it feels it's weak, as we've seen from many of their wars. But once they, are confident enough that they can do it and get away with it, they will do it. And like, if you compare, I guess, NATO and the UN and all of those organizations, I would say pretty much the same, but I think now it's more blatant. They won't intervene in anything that happens here, much less in Ukraine as we see today. Because Russia, I remember, they flew drones into Poland or something like that and tried to provoke other countries, right?
Yeah, I mean, and again, like, the way that I'm seeing a lot of that right now in Europe and that area is that they are in a state of isolation. They are wanting to stay out of stuff as much as possible because they think if we stay out of it, won't hurt us. When in actuality, everything is going to hurt them because we are on a scale that's never been seen before. We are on a scale that's never been precedented before. We have the World Wide Web, even though like North Korea and some of these other countries have a little bit more of a firmer hold on what they can see and what they can't. We have so much freedom now through just daily life that there's like it's becoming increasingly hard to be kept at bay, and so a lot of these countries that are becoming more authoritarian are restricting the people's access and restricting themselves in the hopes that restricting themselves will lead to more freedom, when that's not how it's worked all of human history up until now. We have such a perverted look at history. And I think you can see this by the left and how they decide to look at history. They decide to look at history through the lens of oppressor and oppressed. And that's not how you should look at history. You should look at history as what actually happened. What were the people in this area thinking at this time before they got killed? What happened to make them, in many cases, racist towards one tribe or another tribe? You look at this throughout history, and I mean, again, with the Jewish problem, I'm going to say, it does seem like all these places that do get a lot of Jews into their societies, it does seem like the bad actors end up hurting the overall percentage of the Jews that are good. So you have a lot of people who will take and twist and turn and use funding or use whatever leverages they have against the people of the countries that they flee to or that they want to take haven in. And it's, again, a form of colonization. We're talking now on the right about how the Arabs are conquering. I believe that there are a lot of other conquering forces, and we just don't know exactly how they're conquering. Some people conquer by, taking over the social didacts. Some of them come over and take over the religious didacts, and then some of them take over the political didacts. So you have all of these influences of power that are pulling at different body parts, essentially. You're having one person take the arm, one person take the other arm, one take the leg, and you're being stretched so thin, you know? Does that analogy make sense?
It makes a lot of sense. I would say Europe, how it's called, is almost a lost cause. Like, I remember, I don't, what channel was it again? It's some military channel where he talks about military satirically, habitual line crosser, I think.
Habitual line crosser, yeah,
I think in one of his podcasts he talked about the navy state of Europe, and like, they don't have a navy. They hardly have any weapons. Their only, like, I guess, power is their, I guess, sense of superiority, moral superiority to everyone else, where, in fact, when, like, what I noticed from Europe, whenever they talk about, you know, anti-Semitic attacks and things like that, they will quickly preach to the choir, but they won't do anything about it. Like, they will arrest the person, you know, responsible. They will talk about him a little bit before. Now they try to hide it, essentially. Trying to say it's something else, not an anti-Semitic attack, because, oh my, Islamophobia or something like that. And after that, well, nothing. So basically they did the bare minimum and say they're fighting anti-Semitism, and even then, after he gets prosecuted, he gets a light sentence for, I don't know, shooting up an entire synagogue or church, or driving into a crowd in Germany. It happens all over the world. But on the point that, you know, that Jews also have bad apples, I won't say the Jews are a monolith. Of course, they have bad apples, but I think that from their perspective, you need to actually, how it's called, look at how they view things. They basically are in places that, you know, like, stereotypically don't like them, don't want them, and they have a lot of groups to choose and pick affiliations with to try and, you know, come into the fold. So, you know, some will choose the Republican side, of course, you know, conservative and things like that. Others will choose the Democrats.
Right.
And some will choose the communists, unfortunately. And I don't see how those specific, you know, like, bad actors who try to assimilate into different aspects of Western society are a representation of the group as a whole. It's kind of hard to explain, because I get this nitpick that I'm having with this.
No. I understand, and I think a good way that I would like to, like, kind of enlighten you, because I'm not sure if a lot of people have been talking about this yet. But a person was recently arrested for a private message that she sent to a friend. She lives in Florida, and she sent a message about not a slander message, but it was obviously, she wasn't calling for violence against Netanyahu, but she said something that could be taken that way, I guess. And the reason why I'm trying to be careful is I don't want YouTube to just automatically just get rid of my channel because of this. So I'm not going to show it. But I found this on the Tallahassee Democrat. I just looked it up. If you look up on your phone or your computer, WhatsApp. Yeah. But this happened in Florida, but the Tallahassee Democrat picked it up, and it's a story about how a woman on WhatsApp got arrested for saying something about Netanyahu and putting BOMB in the same sentence.
I think you just fell to a conspiracy and a lie. Wait, where is that other Jewish woman that actually talked about it? Was, I think, around, you know, Israeli advocates, kind of.
I'll send it in messages to you right now here.
Emily Schrader. No, I think I know exactly what the story that you're talking about. Wait, I'm gonna open this link for a second, and then I'm gonna look at Emily Schrader's response. It was how long ago it was exactly? So I can
this happened. This story was written and posted April 23rd, 2026 at 6:07 p.m. So,
So
pretty.
last week. Okay, I'm gonna scroll down a bit, but I recall saying that no, she wasn't actually arrested for that, and basically what you're saying that her anti-Semitic statement is the reason that why she got arrested is basically like a psyop. Essentially, they're telling you the reason, which like yeah, it's bad. Maybe you think it's plausible, but they're not telling you the other thing that she actually got arrested for. And wait, I'll find this Emily Schrader post when she came to explain it. Like a lot of people backed her up on that with citations and things like that. 23rd, I'm on 26 at the moment on her timeline.
Yeah, I had just seen it today, so that was just something that based on our talks, I was like, to me.
Yeah. I also heard the story that allegedly someone got arrested for anti-Semitic things, and then I open, the Twitter timeline, and I see a bunch of people saying, no, she did X, Y, and Z, and that's why she got arrested. The anti-Semitic charges were never even part of the case.
Okay. So that was just something that messed up.
If they arrested her for speech, well, yes. We didn't even see that. Like, the best DA deal did is, did a hit piece on their page, and some, I guess, investor actually read it and decided not to do business with them. Like, that's, dubious, but okay, I understand. But to take, a person's rights. 26, you said?
I sent it to your Discord. You should be able to pull it up.
No, the 23rd, and I'm at the moment on the 26th. No, here I'm on the 23rd, April 23rd. Teenager Snapchat.
Yeah, all I typed into Google was WhatsApp Netanyahu arrested, and it pulled itself up.
Well, if you in Google also type a lot of things about Israel, you will get a lot of Al Jazeera articles.
Oh yeah. I mean,
ABC that's quoting them. It doesn't mean essentially that.
Yeah.
True. So you need to be very careful about the headline specifically.
Yeah. No. I agree.
The story, even in the stories that they write, depending on the author, they sometimes try to lie about it.
Yeah, and again, I only just picked on the first one because when I had seen this earlier, I think it was yesterday. Do
we have a picture of that woman? Because I see here a person talking about it, but we don't have a picture.
As I saw, she was white. I mean, she didn't look too much different, too different.
Still looking.
I mean, let's be honest. If it was a darker skinned person, we would have. I hate to say it, but they would have buried that shit long ago.
Maybe the answer in her replies. God, she is too active. I can't really even find what I want on her Twitter aligned.
Yeah, but some of the other places that are picking it up is the New Arab and. Instagram and Reddit, so it might just be slop. I might be wrong on that.
Pretty sure she probably didn't do that. I think, if I recall correctly, it was over a bombing threat, a plot essentially to bomb. I don't know if it's true. I don't know if anything came of her, but anti-Semitism is nah, bro.
Right.
Angle you can talk about the story. But it's not. Wait.
From what I understand, it said something about
they're dropping the bomb on campus.
Well,
they say that her dropping a bomb on campus was a joke. That was arrested by FBI. Said a written threat of kids. Yeah, they just focus on the WhatsApp. They don't focus on what actually was found on the ground.
Again, in the same message, the message that I saw when I first read this was that she said something to the effect of Netanyahu, or what was it, something about Netanyahu will drop more of them, or will something like that, in relation to just dropping bombs on the U.S. because he likes to fucking drop bombs on the U.S. Essentially, is what I got out of it.
Yeah, but the article you linked me is pretty clear. on the first, I think this is a Florida International University student WhatsApp jokes about Israel Prime Minister dropping bomb on a campus. First Amendment free speech say, written, kill threats about injury, affidavit, to Miami patrol next say. Something stinks in the story. And people are joking. It wasn't.
Yeah, again, like, I'm not trying to say any of this to, like, bring up anti-Semitism, but I'm trying to say things like anti-Semitism, can you...
Hey, let's check for a second what she wrote about Florida.
Yeah, and I do see here the thing that I saw was the Netanyahu, if you can hear me, drop bonbons for us. So, like, it was something to that effect. So, yeah, I mean, I could have been misremembering it. I just decided to look that up.
Yeah, I'm not dismissing that what in the WhatsApp said happened. Articles usually don't lie about, like, explicitly about things like that. What they will do, they will take things out of context or omit certain things, essentially. So what I'm saying...
Well, not only that, but I don't trust journalists to begin with.
Yeah, it seems to me...
I don't trust them.
It seems to me that, like, the story here is basically that, it focuses on what she said, not what she actually tried to do, what she was arrested for, and then quoted the judge when the defense talked about anti-Semitism or something like that, or maybe they tried to, pin another charge to label the plan as an anti-Semitic attack or something like that. I don't know exactly what happened in court, but we don't have the entire transcript there, right? We don't have that. We don't know exactly what happened in court there. We're taking their selective quotes from the judge or wherever they think, they can use to make their case to try and convince you of a certain point. I'm still not finding it because I still remember how it's called. It's nagging at my brain, this thing that I remember. Someone was said to be arrested on, how it's called, basically hate speech, but in actuality they were planning to do an attack.
Right.
Or even they knew to make an attack or something like that. I don't know exactly the details of the story, but I remember how it's called, liking that. I don't know exactly how you remember that story.
I mean, I try to remember as much as I can, but, like, I have so much information going in and out that sometimes, like, I just can't process it all. So sometimes I do get stuff wrong. It happens. I'm not perfect. Again, from what I understand, the intervention with Israel should be lessened to such an extent that I think that, honestly, like, they exist because of us. They should pay us for the protection. Like, think of like a mob boss. They should be paying America for the protection. They should be a territory like Guam. They are our proxy. We are not theirs. We don't exist because of them. If we stopped funding them, yes, they would have to look for other donors, meaning like going to China, going to Russia, going to all these other places. But a lot of these places are so hostile to them that as soon as we drop them, it's a free-for-all to see who can get the land first, who can get the people first, take them as slaves, do whatever they can. And so, again, like if we dropped them cold turkey just one day, it wouldn't just be like, Iran is going after them and their proxies are going after them. No, I'm talking every single Arab nation around there is going to try and grab that land because that land is holy in their eyes too. So, and again, we do have a point of contention in keeping that land with them because they are nicer to us than the Arabs are. And so if we do end up dropping them cold turkey, then we lose our holy sites because most likely the Arabs will go in and destroy our holy sites. So a lot of the stuff that we have in Christianity, is in Israel now. And so there are some ways that I think, intervention is necessary, but I don't think we should be. First of all, they should not be involved in our politics. No country should be involved in our politics, period. End of story. And
That I can agree, but here, this is the most I actually found. I'm just gonna put it here. I don't know if it's like the case. Wait, let me change it so you won't have to clip it. Yeah,
It's
hopefully
alright.
it will show. Hopefully it will show here
Oh.
like this, basically.
yeah, I took it off stream just in case. Again, I'd rather be safe than sorry on it.
Yeah, but you said before like that you think Israel is basically a protectorate of the U.S., right?
What do you mean by that? Like,
That it's not, it's like I guess a territory, like a fiefdom essentially. That without the U.S. they cannot survive. I will tell you this much: if like you have trade that is essential to you, and someone bails out on you, it's gonna hurt you no matter who you are. So, in the case of Israel, yeah, it will hurt them, but I don't think it will destroy them per se. So it's not like Israelis. As far as like politicians are concerned within the U.S., most of them are Americans. They're not Israelis.
Right.
Israelis actually have a separation. Like they don't have like I guess dual nationals that come into the U.S. to try and get into election. You can actually go and look this up. This is another anti-Semitic conspiracy that doesn't happen. Those are just Jewish Americans, some of them, which happen to be pro-Israel, like Ben Shapiro, and they will say, "Oh no, they have dual citizenship, like let's say Ben Shapiro or something like that. Therefore, they are like a fifth column." But it doesn't happen. The U.S. supports Israel for its own reason, which I said before. First, they sign a deal with Israel, which is economically beneficial to the U.S. All the money that the U.S. invests, like you say, aid to Israel, is spent within the U.S. economy. It never leaves the U.S. economy. As let's per se, you cut that. Now you have like a sum of money that you can invest somewhere else. Now the problem is each time you're going to try and use it, you're going to take a risk, because who says the investment that you're going to make is gonna work, or that the other side won't exploit it? I think Israel showed consistently that as long as you stick to the deal, essentially, that it's beneficial to you because the money stays in the economy. It doesn't go anywhere else. It creates more jobs. It creates more product. It drives demand for your product, and also test it on the field. What other country, unless you want to do that deal also with Taiwan now, with the encroaching danger for China, or maybe even Ukraine with Russia, where else are you going to get a group that will consistently make this deal profitable for you? Because in exchange, you get to veto what technology Israel creates, because you see all of it, to whom and who they sell it. What else? You can also veto their military action, as we've seen like from this war and any other war. So essentially, you're saying Israel is controlling the U.S. I'm saying the opposite. The U.S. has like a nuts hold on Israel. Israel cannot do anything, and what little they actually manage to do, like being a smartass and actually managing to get what they want in a limited fashion that they do, doesn't mean they control the U.S. in any way, shape, or form. It's the opposite. The U.S. gets to dictate to Israel who they can trade with, what they can trade with them, at what sum, to not to hurt the U.S. economy, because a lot of things are co-developed and things like that. But even in when you co-develop things, if you pay for it, you're a shareholder. You don't own it. There will come a time where you will pay for that loan back to the shareholder. They will get their money's worth. So I don't get where people are saying that Israel is controlling the U.S., because it doesn't seem like that to me at all. If you go and look at all of it, all the advocacy for Israel within the U.S. is from Americans who genuinely believe, and I think even factually, if we look at it as I outlined to you some of it, that the current deal as it is with the aid, 1% of the U.S. budget for all that package and all that control over an ally who is also battle tested and is way more reliable than, let's say, most of the European counterparts.
Right. Well, I mean, so basically, and I'm going to try and make this clear. So what? Yes, they're pretty much propping up our entire division of our the military budget. Like, they are propping up everything because like they're always being attacked. So of course you need a country that's always going to be attacked if we want to get rid of our intervention with Israel. And so I'm going to put like USA, and I'll put, and so if we cut ties with Israel cold turkey, there are a lot of things that are going to happen. Like even you said before, the bonds that they have a lot of bonds. If all of a sudden that we did something and they wanted to sell their bonds back, that could collapse the U.S. But essentially what I'm trying to say is there will not be peace, period, in the Middle East as long as we are funding Israel as we are funding Israel to keep themselves safe. If we stop funding them, like think about it in terms of right, but think about it as in this situation, the U.S. is the parent. Israel and all the other colonies, I'm going to call them, countries around there are Israel is developed, but a lot of these other countries may or may not be as developed as like America or Israel. And because of that, they see Israel as a bigger kid. So when the 5-year-olds want to gang up on the 6-year-old, they have to do it all together. So as soon as we cut them off, all the 6-year-olds are going to gang up, or all the 5-year-olds are going to gang up on the 6-year-old. And on the 1 6-year-old in that area. And so my point is, if we get rid of the intervention in there, maybe Israel won't be, have to be on the attack so often, because a lot of the times they do attacks before they even attack, because again, Israel has so many spies, so much in the area, because they have to be. They have to be proactive rather than reactive. And again, I'm not saying that I want Israel gone. I'm saying the exact opposite. I understand that Israel has to fight for itself. I just don't want them to always be fighting. I just don't want us to always be paying for it. And I see that the reason why they are is because we are funding them to the extent that they are. We are funding them to such a huge extent that people are seeing Israel as a hand of America, and they're seeing, oh my gosh, we have the fruit, and it's kind of like waving a candy bar in front of a kid's face and being like, nah, you're not going to do anything, you're not going to do shit, and then all of a sudden, oh, the kid did shit, the kid punched me. Guess what? I mean, you wave the candy bar in front of someone's face, of course that's going to happen.
Okay, so yeah, I get it, but you're basically talking Israel, which is seen as the regional bully to all the Arabs in the region. It's the 6-year-old kid that fears getting attacked by its neighbors. And somehow, like, when a fight happens in school, the kids there, the autistic kids that, got their ass kicked by this one other autistic kid, they decide to gang up and blame his parents because they decide to pick a fight with him.
Well, again, it's you have to think of it as, and again, this is a hard analogy to use, but when you have a bunch of trash mobs in the area, like in game language, if you have a bunch of trash mobs, and I'm not saying that any of these places are trashy. I'm just saying that
I will say they're trash. Everything here is fucking trash.
I'm trying not to offend people. I want to try to make at least $2 before I get banned.
Don't worry. I get the offend pass card, okay? Like, I don't know what the joke about that card in the US. I know there's some card joke. I got the offend joke pass. Don't worry.
No, but
I'm sure they will live with it. They will live with it.
But my view is that you have the trash mobs. They're always attacking because Israel has to be proactive. So only the only older kid in a group of younger kids is going to stick out like a sore thumb. That kid is going to be bullied more. And again, I'm just using this analogy. That kid's bullied more because even though he's older or she's older, whatever, that kid is different enough that, okay, there's one difference. Now let's find other differences and point out how different this person is from the rest of us. Whether or not it's true, it doesn't matter. The point is the bully knows, or the bulliers know that the person is a little bit older, a year or two, whatever. And so the point is that the bulliers know and the person who's getting bullied knows. And so in this situation, you know, Israel is the one who gets bullied by the Arab nations around, always gets attacked. It's mostly by Iran and the proxies. But getting rid of the proxies should stop a lot of the fighting. But even now, they're still talking about, like, Lebanon. They're still talking about other places. And I know that's because Lebanon has the Houthis and some other insurgencies that are popping up because of IRGC demands. Again, my point is that a lot of the stuff over there, even in South Africa, is about land grabs. You have the Somalilanders in Somalia going at war because one side's Christian and one side's Muslim. Hate to say it, the Christians are losing. You know, and again, in my view, if we stop funding them, they can focus on defense and not happen to go on offense as often. And I think the Iron Dome with the lasers and all that, it's been working beautifully. They don't really, like, I don't know if they need the help, honestly. They got the Goy beams, they got the laser beams, they got the shark beams. I mean...
Soon we're gonna get the Jedi. They're gonna get the Jedi soon.
At least let me have a laser sword. Don't fucking... If any Democrat representative takes away my laser sword, I might have a conniption.
So why do you want to stop the US deal? If they're gonna co-develop it, just let them. After that, you know, throw them away. Just let them have the sword sabers already. Like, there will come a point where they're gonna make it, no? What, you're gonna make it with fucking Taiwan when China's about to invade them?
Well, I mean...
Basically, like, okay, the Arabs are so fucking incompetent, we can, like, multitask.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, but again, like right now, I think we are in a position where through Trump, we might be able to stop funding them as much. Once we get the IRGC out and hopefully the proxies eliminated, if we can make sure that none of them are left standing, we have a chance to have a better tomorrow today. We have a chance to actually have peace in the Middle East, which is a concept that people would have thought could never happen. And I truly do think that it's probably not going to be for very long. Let's be honest. The blood feuds and the sand wars will always be. Dune will always be. The sandworms will always be. But I think, you know, I'm hoping that this is going to be enough peace for a while. And again, my policy is extermination in the case of events like this. If we would have exterminated the Communist Party of China when they were fighting their republic side, we would be in a much better place, and we would have been in a much better place for decades. We would have, like, a lot of the stuff that happens, and I'm going to say this very carefully because I don't want this to be taken out of context. People like Hassan Piker aren't wrong when they say things like our intervention has caused people and have caused things like 9/11. And I can see where he comes from in a small sense like that, because we do so much intervention in these places and we don't finish the job. We need to either finish the job because in the Arabs' case, we helped them a lot during the day with Iran-Contra. We helped them a lot. We did a lot for them.
Just because you said it's Hassan, I'm gonna agree on the principle of
it's the principle, but not what he how he says. He says it in a way that's terrible, and I do not agree with at all. And like he says, America deserved 9/11. I'm saying the fact of our intervention causes distress, encouraging people in the area to attack us and believe that is true.
Yeah, but it's not exactly that. It's like, even if you didn't do anything, just because you did like a few fucking thousand years ago, they gotta blame fucking, I don't know, the end of Egypt on you if they can. It depends on what you let them get away with, because the excuses from a communist will never fucking end. Their historic revisionisms will never fucking end. They will always find some little minute detail, to latch onto and blame you over it because ideologically they are opposed to you. And to psy-up the population, what better strategy is than to blame all the evils on you? So the blaming, the rationale behind it, in my opinion, will never change. Just because you took a stance, be it with the Nazis, the neo-Nazis will never let the US go over it. The communists, that you took a stance against them, or just because were a rival party to them, the jihadists, they will all always look for excuses to try to paint you as the bad guy to influence your population to destroy you from within. It doesn't mean that it's true.
Hold on, someone's knocking at the door.
Okay.
I don't know who it is. Let me see if I can see.
Be safe.
Who's here? I'm going to go ahead and start a break. I will be right back. And we will do that.
We'll come shortly to you after these messages.
Yeah. I have to go on my... Yeah. And then I'm going to take off my video capture. Still have a second.
Damn it.
All right, I'm back.
was trying to find a way to play elevator music while you were gone.
Oh yeah, I should have put on a song. I use Suno to.
By the way, I'm not
make
joking.
meme songs.
I actually tried to play this from my microphone.
I should have put that. I started a break. I am coming back, so we'll see how that works. I've never tried the break function on YouTube, so.
So wait, this is the end?
No. The break is ending. Hope you had a good break. Yay for Zoom.
Huh? Yeah, I enjoyed the elevator music.
I use Suno. I should have put it on. I have some dope songs. I say dope, but like they're literally just AI generated songs that I've made.
Ranch Mon.
Yeah. But yeah, no, it's just some person trying to sell internet in the area. Oh, sure, internet, and I'm like, not now, another time.
Usually we don't have those things where I live.
Yeah, it's a gated community over here, and I guess that they just someone just let them in. So
Yeah, I'm pro gatekeeping. Everything should be gate kept. Everything, especially the Middle East, it should be gate kept where it is. Also, portions of Africa.
Quick change of topic. Have you seen the Simpsons movie?
Simpsons. I've seen the Simpsons. I think I seen the movie one time, but it was when I was a kid.
So in the
I don't
Simpsons
remember
movie,
anything.
there's it's basically COVID-19's in the town, and we have to keep it a dome over it, like a plexiglass dome, millions of feet, whatever, all directions over the entire Springfield city. And I'm like, if we had the technology to do that, just put that over the Middle East, so many problems would be solved.
Isn't Trump doing that with his golden shower dome?
I think
Trump's
what he wants.
golden shower dome.
I think I think what Trump really wants is to make a defense system like in American Dad, where like the Washington Monument, or not the Washington, monuments
but
come
it's gonna
alive.
happen anyway. The Iron Dome. This is the scary thing about it. It's gonna happen because the Iron Dome. When was the Iron Dome actually made? Wait a second. When was the Iron Dome?
I would guess around the 80s.
2011. It was made around
Damn!
2000. And now we're in 2026 with AI. I think around 40, they're gonna make it into a global system. It won't be cheap, but
when were the lasers made? Look into when the lasers were made.
Louisa?
No. The laser, the Goy beam.
When was the Jewish space laser made? Let's see. When was it made? It's fairly recent. 2018.
Wow. That's
Facebook post by Taylor Green, which was unearthed by Media Matters in 2021 after she was elected to Congress. Wow.
That's amazing. We got women making lasers now. That's
in her post, she speculated that the Rothschilds, funded by Pacific Gas and Electric, made it. I don't know. She also has the idea of an iron beam. What are we firing iron rods now too?
Well, you don't get it. The iron beam is to destroy. The iron lasers are to help protect.
And
of course,
metal is reflective. So when you put a laser at a metal, it just ricochets around it.
I was gonna say, and the Death Star is just for fun.
Imagine if in Star Wars, instead of a death ray, they had an anti-death ray mirror. Some big fucking shit. Someone pulls out the mirror and it fires something back. I think that's the idea. She went with the rods.
I mean, there's some fun, interesting things to make. I can't believe, like, it's. I don't even know what to say. I honestly don't even know what to say. But yeah, I mean, again, like my thesis on this, my finishing statements on the entirety of like Israel with us in view of our foreign policy with Israel. Our foreign policy needs to be more of America first instead of Israel first, America second. And again, like, I understand that, like, you know, Israel does a lot to keep up our military with the military-industrial complex, but I think that, and even though you are correct that they prop up our entire military-industrial complex, if we didn't have to sell them all these weapons and give them all this stuff, then we could have a better alignment with them without having to give them weapons. Then maybe there will be peace there where they can just exist without having to be attacking preemptively. Because I think a lot of people, especially the people who aren't that smart, don't understand that the preemptive strikes are because there's something showing signs of being problematic for them in the future.
It's also damage mitigation.
Yeah, I mean, let's be honest. 67 IQ people can't understand. You know, oh, I'm winding up to hit somebody. They're gonna stop me before I hit them. You know.
Yeah, but
like the monkey doesn't understand the other monkey wants the cookie.
But in the same vein of logic, if, like, you know, you did nothing essentially, they would have still tried to hit because, as you said, they had sub 60 IQ.
Yeah, I
Their
know,
brain
but
operates inside a refrigerator.
Look, if your way is saying bye-bye to the 67 IQ, I'm not against that process, but I think there will be a lot of people screaming up until the screaming stops. And again,
how else is Israel going to sustain its salt market? They gotta cry.
Yeah, you're not wrong.
Yeah, but no.
And again, I'm not advocating for violence or anything.
Yeah,
I am not Hassan Piker. I swear. I might have a beard like a Muslim, but I
the
swear.
Arab side, it's mostly the jihadist factions, the Muslim Brotherhood, the Qataris, for whatever reason, that want to cause, you know, all that fucking problem because they want to be the new Ottoman Empire or something like that. Even though it's like a bygone idea from the Emirati side, from the Saudi side, it seems. Even Egypt, in a certain respect, just gave up on that. Syria and Lebanon are not even in position to entertain that idea. Iran, we know what came out of that. And now Turkey under Erdogan apparently, for some reason, wants to be the next sultans again. So it's like a mess essentially, but it's not like the majority of the people that are causing the problem. It's a very tiny minority of unhinged individual of a third of the world's population, which is a lot to everybody else.
Right. No, I get it. But yeah, I think
I'm just saying, without the aid, you're gonna lose leverage. You're gonna lose technological access. You're gonna lose control over the region, and I don't see how that's beneficial to the U.S., especially now when it seems like that all hell is about to break loose everywhere, every day. So
Well, exactly. I mean,
losing
is
control of the
is it
situation seems like reductive? Essentially.
is it good to control every situation? Like, so I hate to say it like this because it's going to sound like this is what I want, but you can't be the hovering parent over the child, and you can't be the hovering parent over 60 kids that are all like an inch away from war from one another. You can't it's not possible to be the sole parent going like, fucking stop all of you, you know.
No, this is basically this. At this point, I will say it's a matter of like your personal interest. Like you say everybody, but I'm talking about specifically about Israel. I didn't like everything we talked about was Israel, and everything else relative to it. Like I brought up the NATO agreements and how much the U.S. spends on that. Europe and Africa, which is way more than it does for Israel. And for what it actually spends on Israel, as far as like the US is concerned, it doesn't even tickle their balls. People want to pretend that it does, but whenever like I bring NATO, there's like nothing to compare to 1% to how much? 20, 30?
I don't even know, honestly. But I mean,
well, what about that condom, how it's called, program to the Congos or something like that happened? What about that?
I mean,
Is that a factor in the equation?
again, everything is a factor, and at the same time, like none of it is. I'm seeing things because like I've only started my political journey a couple of probably about 2 years ago now, and I see things so much more differently now, because I used to think it's just like black and white, like you're either good or you're bad, but like in the past couple of years so much stuff has changed where I think it's like there are some semitones of grays, but like for instance, like do I think that the USS Liberty incident was like an actual attack against us, or do I think it was like, you know, an accident? I think accidents happen, and to be fair, all the people that I've met, all the Israelites I've met, all the people that I've met in my life tend to be pretty nice people, pretty well-rounded people. But I mean,
by the way, the U.S. wasn't even in a deal with Israel back then, and Israel was wary of the Soviets, which attacked Israel using Egyptian planes.
Right.
That's what happens there. I remember I also had a conversation with American, but I didn't know it back in the time. It showed me from the FBI vaults there, you know, the manuscript, the auditory file, and I had a lot of hard time trying to make sense of what happened. Like, why would an Israeli even know English back then? A pilot
Quotes
we're
you've made
talking
about, you know, murdering.
Not someone who represents Israel or is it computer science or anything like that, right? He's just a pilot. He's carrying out his mission. Why he knows English or is talking like, you know, communications on military channels in English to the Israeli base. It just doesn't make sense. Maybe like, you know, talking back to them, he knows one phrase or two, like maybe, you know, in Arabic in the Middle East, one phrase or two. But
well, because even back then in World War II, I mean, we were the world's superpower. World War II and us nuking Japan, that was like pretty much our coming out party. That was us saying like, yeah, we are the world superpower. We just fucking got rid of all these people in Japan because I'm sorry, their pilots were starting to just bomb our shit.
I agree with that. I agree with that, but we're talking about the newly formed nation. Like, how many years was it since they were formed? 20 years? And in 20 years, you want to tell me that somehow the pilots were educated enough both to pilot a plane and to know fluent English, and somehow that, you know, the people that are talking with the radio with them, they also know, you know, English, because like Israel's military is like sort of, I guess, like a happy-go-lucky kind of group, essentially. Like, they're not how it's called professional military, because they have this conscription system. So it's kind of like random how many coincidences on their front. There was a person who knew English on the telecom. The pilot also knew English on the telecom. And they are like I got confused myself in this logic, but it's sort of hard to imagine for me that they knew English, like given Israel's how it's called military doctrine, essentially from when they were funded, which is, as I said, happy-go-lucky.
Yeah, no, I understand. Again, a lot of this is like there's so many levels of like obfuscation and espionage, and there's a lot that we don't know and we will never know unless we become president, you know. And again, a lot of this stuff like.
Yeah, but a lot of things that we hear out there, especially in regards to Israel, is like people saying they have inside knowledge when they actually just propagate, one form of conspiracy or another, or things that were repeated a million times in different flavors, which were debunked a million times, but now because the context changed, it needs debunking all over again.
Well, I mean, I think that Israel, from what I understand, they do their best to always side with us, even if we are wrong. And
yeah, they did it in the Syria war, from what I remember. Also,
yeah. They will always like, oh, you have intelligence. Well, your intelligence is better, so we'll follow your lead. And then like,
oh no, I don't think the U.S. ever thought Israel has better intelligence or will admit
no
that. In that part, because like there's certain ego like in your craft when you do, and what we're talking here about some flavor of Arabs in the Middle East who play with sands. Like, really? Is that the group we're comparing ourselves to?
You're not wrong.
They did a few bombings here and there which were successful. How they're different from the terrorists?
I mean, I think that they're different in the way that the way that Israel is going about it is the protection. Their first thing is protection. That's why they do these preventative strikes, because they know something's happening. They have this, you call it foresight or whatever, but I mean, it's very clear that they have a lot of spies in a lot of places. I mean, even right now, the conspiracy with Jeffrey Epstein being the master manipulator for the Goyim is such a pervasive topic that you can't really talk about Israel without espionage, in the fact that they probably do have a lot of people in these places. I mean, just look at the Iran war. We got rid of their top leaders with Israel. How?
Yeah,
because we knew exactly where they were due to Israeli intervention. We knew that the guys were dead. The Ayatollah was gone and obliterated because like they were probably like the fucking spies were probably down the street. They saw the place get bombed. As soon as everything was clear, they went over. They checked the pulses. They found the arm was gone and there was no head and no heart. And they were like, "Well, they're gone." Like, I wouldn't be surprised if they had whole operation where they just came in with vehicles and stuff, clearing out the rubble just to find the bodies.
Okay, so two things. First of all, it reminds me this whole Iran thing of that one, I think, British TV show of King Arthur, where he fights the guy and he says, "You will not pass," and he cuts off his arm and says, "It's but a scratch." Then his other arm. Then
it's Monty Python. Monty Python.
Yeah. That situation. Second, with Iran, it's interesting because ever since like there were still a monarchy before, Israel always had the Jews definitely always had a good relationship with the Iranians, far better than any other group or nation on earth, to be honest with you. There were not conspiracies from Iran against Jews. They didn't care much for that thing. They had some sympathies towards the Palestinians, but in their own king's words, the Palestinians are overplaying the Palestinians overplayed their sympathy cards essentially so much to the point that they're bullying the rest of the Arab world into, trying to achieve their goals for them, which is basically a global caliphate.
Yeah,
to
yeah.
most of them, because the Palestinian movement, it started as first just an idea by a bunch of like-minded Palestinians. Then when the Arab crowns got whiff of the idea, they tried to weaponize it to stir the population, with how it's called Arab unity, essentially, and things like that, to make, I guess, a proxy state and start their own empire. And after that, they basically, left it to the dust because it didn't work. But the Palestinians there, the specific group we're talking about, they will always thought that it's like their land, Arab unity, jihad, global caliphate, and things like that. So when a lot of them, talk like only about Palestine, well, it's just the first step to most of them.
Right, and to be fair, I'm not too versed in the subject of Palestine, but from what I understand, like, even the earliest versions of that area that we know of, that we have known to us, we know that Israel existed as it did, or as it was there, for years. It just changed names and changed empires and changed all this stuff. I mean, back in Jesus' day, it was Judea, and it was still mostly Jewish, because at that time, most of the world was Jewish, because that was the primary religion. And I mean, of course, you had like the Greeks and the Romans and all this stuff that all changed hands, all manipulated. If you look back at the history of evolution, and if you believe in evolution, there's also evolution of religion. We have these religions that kind of snowball and become their own things because they're built off one another. Even though I think that there's only one true religion, and that religion being Christianity, it does seem like a lot of these things are built upon one another. You don't just get Christianity. Christianity is built off of the Torah, the first 5 books. You get so much other information in the Bible and in these mythologies, and again, a lot of them, most of them are fake. It's just the one true religion.
I don't know much about evolution, but my answer to evolution is basically the platypus. Please explain that to me.
Well, I mean, we're not going to get into the evolution of animals, but
no, but that's the idea where it comes. Like, the platypus is the middle finger to all of it. It's like God knew that somewhere along the line a person will come to this theory of evolution, how things, stack up. And then came the platypus, like, as a middle finger to the entire idea. Because I don't think, some people say it proves it. Most people say this proves it. I don't know. The platypus is, like, to me...
I'm with you on that, but in my opinion, evolution doesn't mean that God was wrong. Evolution doesn't mean that God, it doesn't disprove God. A God could theoretically, a God could make the world and still have evolution take place, and therefore everything is still made in the image of God, because God is all things. God is here; He's everywhere. So, I mean, again, the whole point of it, in my opinion, is evolution still makes sense. It's just it's a different way to prescribe the thought. It's not exactly one-to-one, but talking about Israel. But real quick on the platypus thought is, if you want a really quick answer and a kind of nonchalant, cocky answer, I could always give you, the nature finds a way quote from Jurassic Park. So the other way is I could just say that even in nature there are things that shouldn't happen and that aren't meant to happen. It's why do you think that most aquatic animals have they have made it to where they have certain poisons or whatever that they can use to kill something, but it only affects fish a third of what they need. So they develop these poisons like the blue ring octopus that have this poison in them that can kill 60 elephants, but it only kills one fish. You know?
Potato, potato, they will say what they will say.
Yeah, I mean, a whole nother conversation on the religion aspect, but again, the Israel aspect, the reason why I wanted to get you in here.
I don't feel that I actually managed to convince anything. I don't believe that.
I mean, to be fair, you have opened my mind to, like, maybe my all or nothing approach is not completely fallible, so maybe I should be more okay with some amount of intervention. But
yeah, but I want to extend an olive branch at the moment, saying that at the moment, because, like, you know, the war's going to happen, everything, like, getting rid of such a beneficial deal in comparison to every other deal, when, like, you need, you know, those allies and everything like that, at that time is quite foolish at the moment. Maybe in the future, when things are more stable, it can actually be a legit consideration. But at the moment, as I view it, this consideration, oh, we spend too much, is only, like, whenever Israel does a thing. And when you need to question the timing, essentially, and say, well, what's the motive here? Do they really think that, you know, those people who complain about aid to Israel, in comparison to every other country, which they never mention, is gonna hurt the U.S. or it's gonna help it? They're gonna say it's gonna help it, but realistically, are you buying that?
Well, so
that's the question here.
In my opinion, and this could be just a random theory, a side tangent, but if we're gonna go off of my how I'm seeing things, you're right. Right now, probably not a good time to cut ties with Israel. But what I would say is keep Israel on for maybe a couple more years, maybe till 2030. But once we are able to cut them off, we need to help stabilize another country, and we can possibly help fund a country in our own hemisphere. And again, I have family in Panama, and this is not why I'm saying this, but I think it would be better to have a country like Panama thriving, so that we don't have to worry about that being closed. We don't have to worry about a different choke point being closed. If we can keep Panama good and safe and relatively out of conflicts, which, I mean, South America has a lot of problems, and Central America isn't much better. So I think that the best thing that we can do in this case is build up Panama and help Panama only for the instance of keeping them as a smaller economic powerhouse and a proxy to us, so we can have unfettered trade. Because with that strait opened, we have so much of a better way of life for our people, and so we could sell our bonds that, let's be honest, if this did happen and Israel does leave, what's going to happen, we could sell those same bonds straight over to Panama. That gives them a whole lot of power on our people and our currency and everything. But guess what that also does? That helps build them up. That helps them establish their own their own standing to a place where they don't need to overcharge us, and they don't need to turn to China. They don't need to turn to any communist country. They would be pretty much our proxy and be able to help us when needed and if needed. And if we did that, then we could have exactly the amount of peace that we would need on at least our side of the world. Who cares what the sand people are doing in the sand places? Let the sand people fight sand. I don't give a shit. But at least helping Panama would help us more, and I feel like
sadly the next country, if it's ever going to happen, it's not going to be Panama for you. It's going to be Taiwan, because it's closer to China.
Well, Taiwan is another one. I could see Taiwan. I could also see South Korea.
South Korea, yeah, that's also plausible. South
I
Korea.
mean,
but
I
South
mean,
Korea,
there's a lot of tension around South Korea just because of their geography, and I could see South Korea. I could see South Korea before Taiwan because I don't think a lot of people in America would want to support Taiwan. I could see way more people wanting to support South Korea than they do.
Wait until you tell Americans what China is doing in not Hawaii. How is it called? There's one province really far from the U.S., but it's still how it's called. I guess sort of a state, but China is buying a lot of property there.
Guam.
Huh?
Guam, right?
I think
GUAM. Right, and that's
China buys a lot of bases there and has some relation with the U.S. and from that, Chinese spies managed to actually infiltrate the U.S. because of the green visa or something like that. I remember China Uncensored doing a whole episode on China aggression there at the moment and the corruption that happened there. So yeah, that is like another vector from what I understand from what happens.
I mean, I could see. I'm looking at a map now. Let me see where else America would be willing to help and fund instead of Israel. I do believe South Korea, just because of how shitty North Korea is.
Look at it, Somaliland. It's right there.
Yeah, I'll look at Africa in a bit, but the problem is we would want someplace close to one of our competitors. If we go to Africa, we don't really have any direct competitors. I believe the reason why we helped Israel so much again was because of World War II, but I think it was also because it was near a choke point that we could actually help, and it was, again, it had a holy land, a great way to get people on board politically on any topic is to have a topic of discussion around a religious artifact or a religious place in your religion. And I mean, I could see Thailand, I could see Vietnam, I could see Malaysia, I could see any of these ones, but I think that a lot of these ones are already so messed up that I don't think it would be viable for us. Papua New Guinea's actually doing really good. Australia,
I don't know about Australia. Australia, I think, is going to be a Muslim country soon.
I mean, isn't it already? I mean,
I heard some Australians actually complain about that, like that their prime minister goes the same way the UK is going at the moment.
I could actually see if the EU or any of the small European nations did, especially while Trump is still in office, I could see us dropping Israel to help our parents, like essentially looking at it like, we came from England.
I have to disagree with you because France is having a dick-waving competition with the U.S. at the moment.
That's true.
They think that they get to dictate to all of Europe, and for whatever reason, the other European countries seem, like to vibe, I think mostly because of the European Union, with whatever France has to say. And France is no longer France, it's Frankenstein.
No, I think so. But I mean, and this could be a pipe dream, but I think it's Denmark that owns Greenland, right? What if I know that it's not as bad, but what if we spent the money to help Denmark, like that we've been spending on Israel? What if we spend that money on Denmark? They give us Greenland. That would be a worth every fucking penny.
They're gonna stab you in the back. I'm already saying it. I've seen recently that Ukraine apparently is trying to bully Israel over shipments of stolen grain from Russia, which sells, by the way, to the entire fucking region because everybody needs grain. But they decided to single out Israel, so between Ukraine, it seems like it's going to be a strategy of the entire European Union to try and get whatever soft power leverage they can
Yeah.
on other nation.
You know,
So
I
it seems that
I
the
could see
European
Ukraine.
Union-
I could see Ukraine. We could help Ukraine. We could help build back Ukraine once the war's over. But I don't know how this war is going to go, and I don't know how much land Ukraine is going to have to get back when they do, unfortunately, either surrender or win.
You don't know the Russian doctrine?
What's that?
You don't know the Russian doctrine?
No,
They
no,
ask
no.
You ask them, well, how much land? And the Russia goes, well, how much do you have?
That's a good one. That's a...
Belarus already. I think we've seen it with Belarus. So basically, my tangent here, it seems that Ukraine is being paid off by Qatar, like the ICC judge, essentially. If you go, apparently the ICC judge was given amnesty agreement with Qatar, and Qatar supports the Muslim Brotherhood, but they're also allied with Russia. If you check, most of Russia, sorry, not most of it, but a lot of it is actually Muslim. A lot of it. So it seems the Europeans don't know exactly who is friend or foe in the countries that say they're gonna help them. And it seems they're falling to the dupe of Qatar, which goes with Turkey. And basically, I don't know. It seems that Europe is basically compromised. I mean, you can look at Europe at the moment with the migrant crisis. Essentially, they don't give a shit about their people. They don't give a shit about the rule of law. They don't give a shit
What?
about...
You're telling me that they don't care about the rule of law?
Well, yeah, they weaponize that law against their own people.
No.
Instead
I'm being facetious. I'm being a little bit of an asshole. I should trust me. I know that England doesn't give a shit about its people. I mean, holy fuck, they're letting their own women and children get raped from the ages of 6 and on. You know, like the Muslims.
No, we're not.
Oh my
we're not
gosh.
saying rape. We're not saying rape here. We're RPG channel here. We're saying culturally enriched.
Oh, that's
You
right.
feel
That's right.
enriched.
I'm sorry. Sorry, YouTube overlords. I meant they've been culturally enriched with rocks in their mouth. I forgot about that.
Anyway, so your idea can only work. Your idea with Europe can only work if actually they decide to split off the European Union and nations, decide. But Ukraine, it seems they're on a bad trajectory at the moment, and they're being played like a fiddle by both Russia and Qatar. Because,
Well, I hate to say
like,
it.
who is Qatar best friends if not Russia or Turkey?
I mean,
And they're currently
Qatar
trying to
has
make-
so many friends that, like it's literally stabbing everyone in the back at every chance it gets. Which is why I'm so mad that we're helping Qatar in so many ways. I think Qatar can be used for good, but I think that right now they are not necessarily in my good graces. I would want to see better policies from them before I say anything good about them. But I mean,
By the way, this should give you an indication. Qatar is not looking to court the rest of the Arab nations anymore. It looks for Europe with Ukraine, Turkey, which is a NATO member. They also have deals with France, from what I heard. But the UAE, the Saudis, even Lebanese people are going towards Israel and the US. Like, that's about an Iran. If it's toppled, it's definitely going to be on the side of Israel and the US. But Europe, you're basically now, you swap the situation. Now the Middle East is no longer the Middle East. It's Europe. All the sand people are there.
yeah. Well, I mean, it's happening here too. I mean, just look at Ilhan Omar. I mean, just look at Omar Fatwa or Fateh. Sorry, not Fatwa.
I still remember Linda Sarsour, but it's because her last name in Arabic means cockroach.
You know, that's pretty funny because I don't think I've ever met a Hispanic person with the name Cucaracha.
Someone who is named Cucaracha in the Senate?
I don't think so. I mean, I've never met a person with cucaracha as a name, but my grandfather who immigrated here from Panama years ago, legally, mind you, legally, great person, and it's always funny because like whenever he says it with a hint of his of Spanish, so it's not cockroach, it's cacarocha. And it always makes me kind of laugh, but I mean, yeah, I mean, I don't really know what other country would be culturally enriched by the U.S. in like we've helped Israel, and I think that the best places would be Panama, South Korea. I don't think Panama in regards to much else other than the what's it called? I always forget the name of it. What's the waterway
Guam?
called?
Guam?
No. The waterway in Panama that we use as a.
I
can't remember it right now. My grandparents, my grandpa even said that we own a part of it, but yeah, no, the so I could see South Korea. I could see us helping a place like Chad, maybe Sudan, maybe Somalia. I don't really think it'd be Somalia though.
No, I don't think you're ever gonna touch Africa. I don't. For like, if it's the left, Somalia. By the way, the Somaliland that's an Israel move to spite all the jihadists, and it seems to work wonders.
Really?
Like you will have Yemen and Somaliland lob rockets at each other one day. You will have a bridge of rocket above the Red Sea. No, the Gulf of Aden.
Yeah.
But yeah, it seems like U.S. aid or focus on the Middle East, if this war actually goes well, it's gonna end soon. And the next theater is not gonna be Southern America. It's gonna be actually Asia. It seems because China.
I could definitely see Asia. I guess I could see Taiwan, but I they were already circling Taiwan, and I don't think that China. I hate to say
it's because China always says how it's called when they are going to invade Taiwan. So they have a pamphlet of time. I think it's 2040 or something like that, and basically in 4 years they want to invade Taiwan. So they're always like doing their provocative moves against Taiwan, circling it, trying to break in, trying to encroach on their sea, how it's called, sea border or whatnot. So that's why Taiwan is actually more pressing at the moment, and like Taiwan is also the chip manufacturer. You don't want that to fall into the hands of China, because then you will only have how it's called, South Korea to produce chips for electronics.
Right.
But China will have like all the electronics essentially.
So I'm going to be honest. Like we do know that Japan, besides their rapidly declining birth rate, Japan is much more in a position to kind of help out if Taiwan does get taken over. And I think South Korea, I think the Philippines, even though they don't really have much, I think if Taiwan gets invaded, China is going to have a lot more problems on their hand, because you were probably going to have Japan allying with South Korea, the Philippines, and probably all those other countries such as Malaysia, Indonesia as well. And not only that, I wouldn't be surprised if China does do a military action against Taiwan. Guam would be basically our battle station. And I know we have some bases in Japan too, which are closer to Taiwan. But I think Guam and Japan will be our base of operations to help protect them. And I think they could become a territory. I could see them becoming a territory.
Yeah, but here's the issue. Both Japan, Taiwan, or even Europe, they don't have a navy. They don't have even a large military anymore, declining birth rates and all of that, that's a lot on your plate. That's why you can't like multitask, and essentially you need to give things priorities. So like I said, in my opinion, after the Middle East, it's gonna be China, in hopes that dictator Putin actually falls.
I mean, realistically, like Putin isn't gonna have shit done. Like, worst comes to worst, he's gonna roach out and he's gonna find a country to live in, probably in Argentina or some shit. Which again is another reason to like go south. Is even if it's not Panama, go south, because if you go south, you can stop people from these countries that are corrupt to flee to countries that might be able to at least house them temporarily. So I mean, I think there's something there, and I think you are right that like China would go after Taiwan. It certainly looked like they were about to before we started Iran. But I mean,
I'm gonna say
the other
one
thing
more.
is we don't also know how long it's going to take for them to recover from what we've done with Iran, because even though they
Don't forget Venezuela. Also Venezuela.
That's true too.
That also pissed them off.
Yeah, we've hurt two of their major imports. So I mean, they're not doing too well, and it is very true that could mean that they're just going to strike out. If they did do a strike like that, though, if they really were like concerned about like, you know, well, we don't have much oil, so we need to be careful, I could see them going after Laos, Vietnam, Cambodia, all these other ones down here before going to anything like that. And besides, the other point is, like, you could get Nepal, you could get Bangladesh, you could get all of these ones. I don't really know why you'd want to go towards India, but like going towards maybe picking up some of those other small countries, like again like Nepal, Bhutan, Bangladesh, could help them in you know, their takeover.
Yeah, I disagree. Like, Taiwan is the most pressing thing, and because they won't have a lot of oil, realistically, they have a volume of junk.
Oh yeah,
At the moment, in all the war games the U.S. actually made, it seems like China is winning, not because they're technologically advanced, but because they have more junk than you. So it's like the opposite of, like, if you can't get good help, just get more. But in this situation, it's not help; it's just saturating the entire ocean with junk. You will have an entire fucking junkyard between Taiwan and China of shipwrecks that act as a bridge, essentially, for the unification of Taipei. I think that's their strategy.
Could be. I mean, I really don't know what their strategy would be. I'm looking right now at like their ports, trying to see where would be the place that you'd strike first. I think that they'd probably go for Taipei City. Honestly, there's a national park not too far away from there. So if you go in through the top, you destroy the national park. You take over Taoyuan City, and then take Taipei City. You do that, and I think you might be you might have taken over pretty much most of the country at that point. So then you just keep on going down the country, and you can keep your boats on the water, so they can just keep on just, you know, shooting off. They have they have this little island out there too. It looks like, yeah, they have a little island out there too. So that, I mean, it's very likely that they would take that quick too. They could probably take that before Japan, South Korea, any of them get to it. So, I mean, it really, looking at the strategy, that's probably a very, very possible target for them.
Yeah, but, you know, like I said, you need to look at the perspective of the Wuhan soup market.
Do you know much
Like,
about
their
Hong
priority
Kong?
is the unification of Taiwan. Everything else comes after. Like, all the bases that you outlined of their, you know, slowly encroaching everyone else, that's an afterthought if Taiwan works. But Taiwan is, like, I guess, the real test for them. Like, you won't save your main objective until last. And their main objective is basically, to create, I guess, sort of Soviet bloc. Taiwan is like, I guess, the first step in doing that, and that's why they must take Taiwan first. And from the US's perspective, they cannot allow that. Also,
Yeah.
Japan and the rest of the Asian countries cannot allow that to happen. That's why on the priority list of dangers that like really can be acted upon, Taiwan is like the first one after the Middle East. And it's after the Middle East because the Middle East, oil, all the European trade and all of that. Going like to Africa, you have to go through all the pirates and all of that.
Well, it's because there's so much destabilization in the area that they can cause massive outages everywhere by closing down one simple strait or two simple straits, cutting off circulation for the world. That automatically puts us back in like the 1600s, So taking over the Middle East, making sure that the Middle East is safe is a good thing. It's just like I don't know. But this has been a very productive conversation, and I really do like talking to you. I think we could do. I think I could do another talk like this with you again. This would be great. You're very knowledgeable.
If I have time, that's the question.
Yeah. But I try to be on often, but I have a kid and a wife, and so sometimes it's easy, sometimes it's a little bit harder. So.
Congratulations.
Yeah.
Not a lot of Europeans can boast about that.
Yeah, I'm happy with what I got, and I love my family. But sometimes like I can't stream when I want to, so I'm like I can't stream like I want to stream. So, but yeah, no. Thank you so much for talking. I think I am gonna go ahead and wrap up stream here because I've been on for 4.5 hours now.
I've seen.
So, again, thank you so much. I really do appreciate everything, and I hope you have a wonderful day.
You're welcome. It was fun talking to you.
Fun talking
Maybe
to you
we'll
too.
talk again next time. Well, anyway.
And again, whenever you see me on, if you want to talk, just get into the general chat, and I'll try to be there and talk with you.
No problem.
All right, you have a good one. See ya.
Have fun, you too.
All right. And I think we are going to go ahead and call it a day. So with that, we didn't really get to talk about the other things that I wanted to talk about. But you know what? That is completely fine. Sometimes we don't get to talk about everything. I can barely do 4.5 hour streams. Sometimes it happens, sometimes it doesn't. So let's go ahead and listen to the last song of the evening, guys. And so with that, let's go ahead and.
Sun on the sand, shoes in my hand, last call for the day. You got your takes, I got my sway, let it all wash away. Tide keeps rolling in, salt on your skin, we can let it be. One more look back, then the sky goes gold and the whole will breathe. NinjaManAsh, take it slow. NinjaManAsh, let it go. Beach line fading on the shore. We don't need the score anymore. NinjaManAsh, sing tide keeps fluid in. Salt on your skin, we can let it be. One more look back, then the sky goes gold and the whole world breathes. NinjaManAsh, take it slow. NinjaManAsh, let it go. Beach light fading on the shore. We don't need the score anymore. NinjaManAsh, sing along. NinjaManAsh, dusk is long. One last wave and then good night. Closing it out in the fading light. NinjaManAsh. NinjaManAsh, lanterns in the palm trees, feet sunk in the sand. Every hard-edged moment slips right through our hands. If this is the ending, let it glow, let it stay. With the sea in the distance and the night on the way. NinjaManAsh, take it slow. NinjaManAsh, let it go. Beach light fading on the shore. We don't need the score anymore. NinjaManAsh, sing along. NinjaManAsh, dusk is long. One last wave and then good night. Closing it out in the fading light. NinjaManAsh. NinjaManAsh.
And thank you guys so much. I really do appreciate you. You guys have a great night, and God bless.